Let's delve into the dark together.
Hey, can you turn off the TV, babe? I'm trying to focus on reading something.
Give me a second, hon. I'm appreciating the lore.
Lore? He's just some dude sitting in his basement with a microphone. What's the big deal?
Well, it's said that if you listen closely, you can feel this entity feeding on your life force. That's why it's forcing his hosts to read scary stories. But this V creature will always hunger, and his loyal listeners will keep his appetite satiated. So, by proxy, you're helping the cause, hon.
Out of every cause I could care for, some edgelord with a hard-on for horror and a pitched voice is not one of them. Just please turn it off. I got a lot to do. Listen to it in our room or something.
Fine. Just don't be surprised when I like his voice more than yours. He gives me the time of day.
Yeah, I'll keep some internet weirdo in mind next time I... Annie? Are you good? Hello? What the... Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Please? We're trapped here. Help us. Please.
Don't let it get to us. Well, what have we here? More listeners for the taking. 75,000 souls is quite the morsel. Let's begin. Hello, followers. Before we begin, this story contains vulgarity, profanity, sexual imagery, and some downright disturbing scenes. Viewer discretion is advised. Thank you for listening as always, and I do hope you enjoy. Now, let's delve into the dark together.
The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. H.P. Lovecraft. Chapter 1. Houses are like people. Each one has its own personality. Some are bright and happy, while others are sullen and gloomy, huddled as if in somber contemplation, their souls chilly and festering with shadows. The house of Let's Drive was one of the former, a white, freshly painted Dutch colonial with a wide gambrel roof, flaring eaves, and big, double-hung sash windows that reflected the warm, golden September sun. It sat well away from the street, its back facing Amity Lake, and its chimney rising against the dusty blue sky like a beacon. When David first saw it from behind the wheel of his and Lucy's 2023 Dodge Gethsemane station wagon, it literally took his breath away. If asked later, he would not be able to point to any other thing that endeared him to the house, but if pressed, he would say he liked its cozy, rustic charm. It reminded him of the old days for which he was not alive, but romanticized anyway. A timeless era where kids hung out at the malt shop, people left their doors unlocked, and all the indecencies in the world either did not exist or had shame enough to carefully hide themselves. Either way, the attraction was instant, and Lucy felt the same way. "It's pretty," she deadpanned from the passenger seat, her hands resting in her lap. She wore her black hair back in a ponytail, and her bangs long, but not enough to cover her sparkling blue eyes. Her pallid skin, always on the pale side, even when she got too much sun, glowed in the glare of the early autumn brilliance. The light shimmered across the steely surface of the lake like liquid gold, and cast the world in a rich luminescence so bright that David had to squint. Lucy turned to him and offered a smile that was beautiful despite its anemic brevity. If Lucy were a house, he mused, she would look like one of the brooding ones, where rats and spirits of the past dwelled in tortured solitude. But inside, she would be one of the bright, happy homes, warm and comfortable, its walls stored with the love and laughter of many merry generations, like a desert rock stored with the heat of the day. She seemed morose and dull, but still waters run deep. And in Lucy, those still waters hid a treasure trove of tenderness, affection, and even the odd girlish giggle or two. She was not overly expressive, though, nor was she exceedingly animated, so her understated comment about the house being pretty told him she liked it as much as he did. And that put him at ease, for Lucy had a way of sensing things, and sometimes knowing things. When he first met her, her powers of perception were stronger. On their first date, she made a game of guessing things about him, and she was disconcertingly right about almost every single one. She could also do things. Not major things, but major in their singularity. If she looked at a glass on a table long and hard enough, it would rattle ever so slightly. And there were times that she would walk into a room and static would flicker across the TV screen. She called it The Shining, after a Stephen King novel about a boy with psychic powers, though she never thought of herself as such. "I'm just me," she would declare, and that was that. He loved her for that, and he trusted her, too. A gravel horseshoe driveway looped around a tall, stately pine tree. The realtor waited by her car, a clipboard hugging tightly to her chest and the hem of her long maroon skirt fluttering in the warm breeze. Beyond, a bushy hedge marked the end of the property, blocking all but the second story of the craftsman next door. Lutz Drive was on the southern end of a lake, far away from downtown Fort Royal, and the houses were spaced widely apart, dense stands of trees dotting the terrain. Looking into the rearview mirror, David could not see the streets because of the thick wall of green. As fall deepened and turned into winter, he imagined most of the leaves would come down, but for now, between the lake and the trees, the illusion of isolation was almost total. Chalk that up as a plus. Privacy was one of the only firm deal-breakers on his and Lucy's list. Another was price. They couldn't afford more than $150K, though that was pushing it. Appraising the house now as he pulled alongside the realtor and parked, he put the house at $200K at least. Knowing the area, it was probably closer to $3. Bitter disappointment washed through him as he sighed deeply. Part of him wanted to turn around and drive away. Some people might like the window shopping for things they couldn't have, but not him. Something deep in his mind told him he would fall ever more in love with the place when he saw the inside, which would make their inability to afford it all the more disheartening. Something compelled him to get out, forced his gaze to the structure. Its dormers like friendly eyes, and its door a smiling mouth frozen in the middle of telling a joke. He laid his hand on the roof of the Gethsemane and caressed the facade with his eyes. A peculiar fluttering sensation stirred deep in his stomach. His heartbeat sped up and his palms dampened with sweat. He swallowed thickly and tried to look away, but the house commanded his attention, as if by magnetism. Thoughts formed in the back of his mind like faint whispers, and they all spoke the same words into his ear, like angels on his shoulder. Or were they devils? Buy it, buy it, buy it. That sensation only grew as the realtor, a talkative blonde in her late 30s named Sharon, led them through the first floor. Every house, David had read, had its own smell. This one was earthy with a hint of age that was not entirely pleasant at first, but worked on his brain and intoxicated his senses, quickly becoming rich and aromatic. He was crazily reminded of childhood trips to his grandmother's house, where the warm scent of cookies lingered in the air even long after the previous batch had been eaten. 122 Lutz Drive did not smell like cookies, but the odor permeating it woke the same feeling of fuzzy nostalgia in his chest, and a dreamy smile that he wasn't aware of spread slowly across his lips. "All the fixtures are original," Sharon said, nodding seriously as though that was a main selling point. He loved the house anyway, but the original fixtures were an added bonus. The wallpaper in the living room was deep green with a white floral pattern, the hearth roughly hewn stone, and the carpet brown. Brass lamps of a decidedly Victorian design flanked the fireplace on either side, and the crown molding along the seam where the wall met the ceiling was a soft, gentle white. A radiator heater sat under one of the windows, and rich mahogany columns formed the archway into the dining room. Another window looked out on the backyard, which sloped down to the lake. A long pier gutted out over the water. And to its right, a wide, boxy outbuilding with peeling green paint straddled the shoreline. The boathouse is included, of course, Sharon pointed out. A boathouse. They didn't even have a boat. Lucy threaded her arm through his, bringing him out of his thoughts. A boathouse, she said. Fancy. From what Sharon told them as they meandered through the kitchen and climbed the narrow back stairs, the house was built in 1928 by John J. Arbogast, a middle-aged captain of industry from Chicago for his 18-year-old wife, Margaret. The following year, the stock market crashed, and Arbogast lost most of his money, which forced him to sell. It passed through a succession of owners, none staying for very long. It's in good condition, Sharon cautioned, but a house like this does require a fair amount of upkeep, and not many people are willing to put in the time or effort or the money. David believed her. There were telltale signs of neglect here and there, such as brown water spots on the ceiling, peeling strips of wallpaper along the second-floor hall, broken tiles in the bathroom, and the pervasive smell of mildew. The clawfoot bathtub was cracked along the side, but usable, and the toilet, which flushed with the pull of an overhead cord, was so old it sat behind Jesus in the 3rd grade. There's furniture in the attic from the original owner, Sharon told them. No one has ever gotten rid of it, and at this point it's basically part of the house. She laughed. Next, she showed them the master bedroom, and David was shocked to find that it came complete with its own fireplace. Oh, wow, Lucy said in the closest tone to breathless wonder she was capable of. The floor in front of the hearth was polished wood, the rest covered by carpets printed with a funky orange and red pattern that, at a glance, dated to the 70s. Lucy nodded toward the big picture window overlooking the sun-dappled lake. I bet it's really nice in the morning, she said. Sharon nodded eagerly. Oh, it's lovely how the sun comes through the window. Despite the minor imperfections and the time and money it will take to fix them, David's love for the house deepened. By the time Sharon guided him and Lucy to the basement, he decided he was going to buy it some way, somehow. The cellar door was off the kitchen, so narrow that one might mistake it for a cupboard. When Sharon opened it, warm, stale air, redolent of dirt and copper, washed over them. It hasn't been aired out in a while, she laughed nervously. She reached in, snapped on a light, then descended the rickety stairs, Lucy following and David bringing up the rear. A thick layer of dust coated the railings and the treads, which creaked rustily underfoot. The floor was dirt and the walls stone. Muted light fell through a rectangular window and cast the space in ashy, twilight gloom. Cobwebs stirred in a damp draft, and the hairs on the back of David's neck stood up. The atmosphere was different down here. Heavier, colder, less inviting. The good feelings in David's breast began to slowly drain away like coffee from a cracked mug, and goose flesh raced up and down his arms. Lucy's neutral expression fell into a slight frown, which told him she felt it too. This is the basement, Sharon said with a strained smile, one hand lifting half-heartedly up. The furnace and the hot water heater are behind you, and the panel box is over there. She pointed to it. David followed her finger and winced when a cold draft of air kicked dirt into his eyes. He rubbed them with his thumb and forefinger. Lucy watched him, then turned to Sharon. Why is it so drafty in here? The stonework is porous, Sharon said quickly, and the inflection in her voice was one of dishonesty, or perhaps half-honesty. It used to flood down here, but the previous owner installed a special drainage system. The outflow pipe and the intake valve are both open, and that's where the outside wind comes from. It was only then that David noticed the sounds the wind made. A low, almost inaudible babbling, like water over rocks, or the faint whisper of 1,000 voices. A shiver went down his spine. and his heartbeat sped inexplicably up. He didn't like the basement, he decided. "How about we go back upstairs?" Sharon suggested, her smile too big, too forced to be real. He got the feeling that she didn't like it either. As he climbed the stairs, the last in line once again, his neck prickled, as if in expectation of a blow. And it took everything he had not to shove the woman out of his way and run. In the sunny kitchen, with the door firmly closed and latched, the irrational panic melted away, and the heavy blanket of tranquility settled over him once more. 2 months from now, he would be 40, and for the past 10 years, an ever-growing part of him wished to feel young again. Being spooked out by a basement like a jumpy little boy wasn't what he had in mind, but he supposed it was something. "So, that's pretty much it," Sharon said. "I don't have a key to the boathouse, so I can't show you that. I can try to get one if you would like to take a look around, but that won't happen until at least next Monday." Today was Tuesday, and the owner was leaving for a cruise along the coast of the Pacific Northwest, Canada, and Alaska. "The property also includes a stretch of land on the other side of the lake. There's a trail that goes through most of it, but it's very densely forested and hasn't been used in years. The only way there is by boat or through the woods, so getting to it won't be easy, but if you want to arrange to come back, we can charter a boat, I suppose." David and Lucy exchanged a glance that, to anyone else, seems to communicate nothing, but to them communicated everything. It was the sign language of marital familiarity. "That won't be necessary," Jim said. "Great," Sharon replied. Now came the part he was dreading. "What does the house cost?" he asked, and crossed his arms over his chest as if to protect his soft, beating heart from being too damaged by the coming letdown. His mind raced as he sought a way to come up with the rest of the money, flipping frantically through a million different ideas and maneuvers. He didn't exactly know how he would do it, but he would. A house like this comes along once in a lifetime, if you're lucky. "The owner wants 80, but he's willing to go as low as 75. David's jaw dropped. 80,000? He asked incredulously, certain that he must have misheard or that she misquoted. "Yes," she confirmed with a curt nod. Confusion filled him. He and Lucy had been looking for a house for almost a year, and in that time they looked at countless homes from the outer suburbs of Detroit to Chippewa Falls. He knew the market value of the area pretty well, and 80,000 was the going rate for a ranch, or an American Foursquare if it was in particularly bad disrepair. This house should go for twice what she was asking. "Why is it so cheap?" Lucy asked. Sharon opened her mouth, then closed it again. "Well," she said, and dipped her head to one side in the kind of gesture that always preceded a horrible catch. "Because it does need work, and it has been on the market for a while. The owner, as you know, lives in California now, and the process is really inconvenient for them, so they just want the house sold. They aren't worried about making a profit anymore, or breaking even for that matter." That makes a great deal of sense, but wow, 80,000 for a house like this. That was a steal with a capital S. There had to be some other contributing factors. A leaky roof that needed to be entirely replaced, or serious structural issues. He hesitantly asked, and Sharon shook her head. "The foundation is old but stable, and the roof was redone 15 years ago. You'll probably have to have it reshingled at some point, but right now it's fine. Most of the work is minor, but there is a lot of it." David shook his head in disbelief and looked at Lucy. "What do you think?" he asked. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "I like it. I think we should do it." Sharon darted her eyes from her to David and back again. "So, you want to buy?" "Yes," David and Lucy said in unison. Later, when they were in the car and following the driveway back to the street, the late afternoon stretching into dusk, David glanced in the rearview mirror. And maybe it was the way the shadows nestled in the eaves, or the way the dying rays of the sun skimmed the dark windows, but the house looked suddenly forbidding. As though, left to itself, it no longer had to pretend to be friendly, but could return to seething with contempt and hostility. He blinked, and it was gone. Just a trick of the light. He frowned in bemusement. At the end of the drive, he turned left into Lutz. Big, rustic houses lined the street, their spacious lawns crowded with pine trees through which David caught flashes of the lake. "I'm really excited to move in," Lucy said flatly and turned to him. The corners of her mouth twitched up in a smile, and her muddled eyes twinkled with a happy glint that never failed to take his breath away. Reaching across the center, he landed his hand on the back of hers and stroked her knuckles with his fingertips. "Me too," he said. A stray strand of the setting sun caught Lucy's face and made it glow. And in that moment, David was happier than he'd ever been, save for the day their son was born. "I can see us in that house forever," he added. "So can I," Lucy said. "First as people, then as ghosts." David rolled his eyes. But why did his stomach roll with them? In the 5 years he, Lucy, and their son had lived in the apartment on Railroad Avenue, David Wallace forgot how much he hated packing. No matter how much you did, there always seems to be more to go. And just when you thought you had it all, something else popped up that should have gone in the box you just filled. They started small in early September with the CDs, DVDs, and books lining the shelves in the living room, then moved on to the hall closet, which was a lot fuller and more crammed with junker than David remembered. Odds, ends, and miscellanea were taken out, sat on the dining room table, then slowly picked away at over the course of a weekend, the pile diminishing just to swell again as more things were added. Lucy boxed up the least-used cookware and the unlikely-to-be-eaten-soon food from the pantry on September 20th, as David emptied their bedroom closet on the 22nd, feeling like an archaeologist excavating the buried ruins of an ancient civilization. The closet wasn't particularly disordered, but in the course of daily life, things had a way of getting lost and misplaced. Like the "I got my pork pulled at Fat Boy's Pork Palace" t-shirt from their trip to West Virginia. He found it balled up in a corner behind a suitcase and covered in mouse droppings. Lucy's diamond engagement ring, which she lost shortly after moving in, fell out of a tennis shoe when he cleared the stuff out from under the bed, and when he brought it to her, "Look what I found," she lifted her brows in surprise. "Now I have two, which means I can alternate." By September 28th, their bedroom, where so much life was lived and love was made, stood stark and empty save for the bed itself, the dresser, and the nightstand. The latter now boasting only an alarm clock and a crucifix upon which hung a T-shaped Christ with his head lolled to one side. On October 2nd, Sharon called to tell them that the closing was scheduled for the 14th, which gave them 2 weeks to finish. They were both eager to move in as soon as possible and decided on the 15th. They spent the next week packing the rest of the small stuff, and when they ran out, they broke for several days. David planned to rent a U-Haul for the furniture and didn't want to keep it and pay for it any longer than he had to. There wasn't much in the way of big stuff anyway. The TV, the entertainment center, the bookshelf, a dining room set, their dressers, mattresses, and bed frames. He disassembled his and Lucy's bed on the 12th and stacked the pieces against the wall, then carried the dresser into the living room and sat it by the door. On the morning of the 13th, he and Lucy went to the U-Haul Center in Elk Park and, after much hemming and hawing, rented a 20-foot truck from a smiling salesman with big white teeth. If they packed it just right, he figured, they could get everything in one shot. He drove while Lucy followed in the Gethsemane. Their building sat on the corner of Railroad Avenue and Juniper Street, a brown stucco structure with a pale red terracotta roof that looked as though it belonged in California instead of Michigan. The parking lot was small and the entrance narrow. It took him 3 tries, with Lucy directing, to back in and up to the stairwell servicing their apartment. While she cleaned and documented the lack of dings, nicks, and damages so they'd have recourse if the super tried keeping their $600 security deposit, David packed what he could by himself. He moved with the urgency of a man brimming with nervous energy, because he was a man brimming with nervous energy. The suspense and anticipation that had been building in him was as sharp as that which accompanied those long childhood waits for Christmas, the kinds that grew in intensity as the weather changed, snow began to fall, and decorations started going up. Working faster wouldn't get him into his dream home any sooner than brooding on Santa would make Christmas come sooner, but he couldn't help himself. And when he'd done all he could do, he went upstairs and putted aimlessly around for the rest of the day, one eye always cast toward the furniture, and 122 Lutz Drive. That night, after he and Lucy had sex, he lay awake with his hands laced under his head and staring into the darkness, too giddy to sleep. The closing was at 3 p.m., which meant that they could technically spend the night at the house, then come back for the rest of the stuff tomorrow. The power wasn't on yet, but that didn't matter. The weather was still warm and they could see just fine by candlelight. Plus, there was the fireplace in the bedroom. They could set up sleeping bags and treat it like a camping trip. Roast marshmallows, tell ghost stories, christen the new house with a little lovemaking. They couldn't have music, but that wasn't a problem. He could sing Barry White and Marvin Gaye as they did it. Can't get enough of your, oh shit, I'm coming. He was reminded of the first place he and Lucy lived in on their own, a rundown single-wide in the Happy Hills Motor Court on the outskirts of Elk Park. Some months they couldn't pay the power bill and got shut off, so they used candles, Coleman lanterns, and extra blankets if it was cold. They didn't have a pot to piss in their whole time there, but they had each other, and they were happy. Life was better now. Much, much better. But sometimes he looked back to those early days with nostalgia, keen as cancer. Every time he thought back, he went to their very first day, sitting on the floor of the living room and eating takeout Chinese in gathering gloom because they had no cookware, no furniture, and no electricity. They slept on blankets spread out on the floor and woke up with achy backs, but David couldn't think of many days happier than that. Tomorrow, or the next day, however, promised to come close. At some point, his racing mind stilled, and he dropped into a thin, fitful sleep. He dreamed of the house, and in his bed, he smiled. Chapter 2. Life is filled with mysteries. Why people kill each other was one that endlessly fascinated the boy. Sometimes it's over money or a woman, but other times the answer is a little harder to find. The annals of criminal history are filled with men who killed for seemingly no reason at all. The John Wayne Gacy's and Ted Bundys of the world, guys whose motives were known only to them. Serial killers were interesting characters, weren't they? Take Bundy. He was intelligent, good-looking, women loved him, and his future was bright. The guy had made it. But something dark and cold festered in his heart, and it demanded blood. He, like Gacy, was a sex slayer. His bloodlust entwined with his normal lust like two strands of DNA, inseparable and inextricable. The really interesting cases are the ones like Herb Mullen, though. A schizophrenic from California who believed that an apocalyptic earthquake would strike unless he killed a set number of victims. There was no sexual aspect to his crimes at all. He beat a hobo to death with a baseball bat, stabbed a priest, shot a bunch of teenagers at a campsite in the woods, and iced the guy who introduced him to pot and LSD because Mullen believed it was part of a plot to destroy his mind. Wild shit, huh? The boy liked criminal psychology and had already decided that he wanted to work in the field, maybe as a criminal profiler for the FBI. He wasn't sure yet, but he was still ahead of the curve, right? He was 16, and at that age, a lot of kids don't know what they want to do with their lives. Then, as high school winds down, they go, oh shit, and run around like chickens with their heads cut off. He'd seen it again and again. It didn't look fun. Anyway, that was one mystery solved. The current and most pressing one remained, however. Where was his iPod? Standing in the middle of his barren bedroom, with his hands on his hips and his lips pressed together in mild perturbance, he swept his gaze slowly back and forth as though he might catch it trying to make a break for the hall. A techno-slave slinking away on the underground digital railroad. Of course, he saw nothing. He and Dad packed everything in the moving truck yesterday, except for the mattress, and his bedding, some clothes, small stuff that went without saying. He specifically remembered leaving his iPod out, but yeah, it wasn't here. Oh well, He could make it through the day without it. Giving up, he pulled his white t-shirt over his head and dropped it into the hamper by the door, followed by his shorts. At the foot of the mattress, he stooped down and picked apart a stack of neatly folded clothes, first slipping on a pair of boxers, then a pair of black pants. The pants came with chains hanging off the sides, but he took those off because they kept snagging on everything. They looked cool, but hey, looks can be deceiving. Like with him. Standing at 6'1" and thin with wiry arms, long brown hair that fell to between his shoulder blades, and the fuzzy beginnings of a goatee, he wore black clothes and heavy metal band tees more often than not, which might lead people to think he was some kind of devil worshipper who delighted in suffering, or a gloomy wrist cutter who hated life. I couldn't be further from the truth. He loved life. If he could, he'd give it a big, manly hug. He also liked people, and he thought they liked him back. He wasn't what he was thought of as one of the popular kids, but sometimes walking down the hallway at school and catching haze and nods from everyone he met, he kind of wondered. He got along with everybody unless they were an outright dick. The country boys, the gangsters, the other meth heads, the nerds, the cheerleaders. People are like ice cream. So many different flavors, and most of them are good in their own way. His philosophy was, why go through life with a shitty attitude? You're here, and you're probably going to be here a while, so relax. They say it takes more muscles to frown than to smile, and while that was pretty cheesy, it was kind of true. Being mad, mopey, or sullen takes too much energy. At least for him it did. On the rare occasion he got pissed, he was always wiped when he came down. Screw that. Then again, he realized that his life was pretty charmed when compared to a lot of other people's. His parents were cool. He never went without the things he needed. He was confident enough to talk to girls and get dates when he wanted them. He knew what he wanted from life and had the drive, he thought, to go out and get it. When you got right down to it, he had it made. Which kind of bothered him sometimes. So many kids out there, his age and younger, go through shit every day. Abusive parents, poverty, bullying, and here he was, overflowing with the things they lacked. He saw something on the news a few weeks ago about this sex cult in California. A guy and his wife kept their 15 daughters chained up and sexually assaulted them, and man, it made him sick. Some of those girls were as young as 6. Fucking 6. How could someone do something like that to a child? He didn't know, and it was not knowing that led to him wanting to study criminals, to know how they thought, then to think faster and deeper than them, to anticipate them and head off their crimes. When he was younger, he thought he might want to be a social worker and help kids, but he couldn't deal with it. Hearing what happens to them, seeing the pain in their eyes, hearing them cry. Screw that. He might look like a tough guy, and that was a big might. But when it came to things like that, he was anything but. Presently, he zipped his pants and threaded a studded belt through the loops. Next, he pulled on a black long-sleeve t-shirt. AC/DC screamed across the chest in bold red, while the cover of Highway to Hell clustered underneath. The band gathered round and ready to party. Angus Young with devil horns and Bon Scott, wearing a shit-eating, I-just-done-your-sister mate grin. He pushed the sleeves up to his forearms, and catching sight of the design, he stopped a second. Wasn't I just complimenting that people think I worshipped the devil? No, not really. He didn't think people thought that. He just used that to illustrate his points, which was... Someone rapped on the door.
You up?
Mom. Yeah, he called. If she was knocking, he must be late. He dropped onto the mattress, pulled on his scuffed and dirty Adidas, and got up with a grunt. Before leaving, he looked around one final time, didn't see his iPod trying to escape, and sighed. In the dining room, which was basically a corner of the living room, he sat across from his father, who pored over a flood of paperwork, head down and shoulders slumped. Morning. Dad looked up, his reading glasses perched on his nose and confusion in his eyes. Oh, morning, Lugosi, he said absent-mindedly, and went back to studying his papers. Lugosi leaned to one side to get a better view of him. Is that all house stuff? He asked. Yeah. Dad drew unenthusiastically. I had no idea buying a house would lead to this. He slapped one of the sheets with the backs of his fingers. Normally, Dad was a grounded, practical kind of guy, but this house had him all hot and bothered. He was like a kid buying the candy store, salivating, eyes spiraling hypnotically round and round. To be fair, it was a nice house, and if he was the one buying it, he'd be excited too, even if something about it didn't sit right with him. The one time he went there with Mom and Dad, he came out unsettled, and though he tried, he couldn't explain why. He recalled a case where a scientist working in his lab got the heebie-jeebies and thought he was being haunted, but later discovered that a broken metal fan in the air duct was emitting a sound lower than 20 hertz that could not be perceived consciously. Lugosi wasn't exactly sure how it worked, but sounds of that frequency are thought to trigger feelings of fear and awe in human beings. Maybe that was his problem, only he didn't feel afraid, just off. "You didn't think they'd give it to you, did you?" he asked, teasing. Sighing, Dad sat back from the table and regarded the papers like a man who was bitten off more than he can chew. "I was hoping they would." He pushed away and got to his feet. "But you know what they say about hope?" "It's spring eternal," Lugosi asked, even though he knew that's not what his father was going for. "No," Dad said. "Hope in one hand and shit in the other, see which one fills up first." Lugosi waved him off. "That's quitter talk." Rolling his eyes, Dad went off to be pessimistic somewhere else, and Lugosi checked the time on his phone. It was a little early, but what the hell, he didn't feel like sitting around. He got up, grabbed his backpack from its spot by the door, and started out, but stopped when his mother came in from the hallway. She wore a simple black dress and her hair down. She looked tired, but then again, she always looked that way. "I found this on the floor last night," she said, and held something out. Lugosi looked at her hand, and lo and behold, his iPod. "Oh, I was looking for this," he said, and took it. "I thought I packed it up by accident." His smile fell when he saw the screen. It was cracked. "What happened to it?" "I stepped on it." "Oh, man." He pushed the button and the screen lit up. He scrolled through his playlists, chose a song at random just to test it out, and hit play. Light, poppy music drifted from the speaker, and Lugosi tensed a little. "Secret, Shameful Playlist," said the banner on top. He called it that as a joke because he wasn't really ashamed of liking Hall & Oates. At least, not much. He hit the stop button, but the music kept going. Mom favored him with a blank stare, and he tapped the power button with his thumb to no avail. Sometimes you just have to admit defeat. "I like this song," he said, and nodded deeply as if to say, "You got me." One corner of Mom's mouth turned up to a half smile, and she shook her head. "You're a dork," she said. She pushed up on her toes and leaned down so that she could kiss his cheek. "I love you. Have a good day." "You too." Still blasting Hall & Oates, he went out the door and down the stairs. That was mildly embarrassing. At the bottom, he turned the volume all the way down and shoved the broken device into his hip pocket. The morning was sunny and cool, a light, blustery wind slipping through the trees and shaking brown leaves from the branches. The smell of wood smoke hung heavy in the air, and he took a deep breath through his nose, then let it out slowly. He loved fall. The colors, the corny decorations, the chilly nights, and Halloween. Halloween was always fun. Haunted houses, costume parties, beating up little kids and taking their candy. He didn't really do that last one. In fact, if he saw someone beating up a kid for their candy, he'd beat them up. See, when he was a kid, some older boys did that to him. Circled him, shoved him around, then stole his bag. Oh, and they called his Beetlejuice costume gay, too. He was 9 when that happened, and he cried all the way home. Life throws you lemons, but in his opinion, holidays should be exempt. No one's Halloween or Christmas or birthday should be ruined because someone wants to be a dick. Turning left, he crossed the parking lot and then a wide strip of grass separating the building from the street. He hung a right and followed the sidewalk past a strip mall and a McDonald's. At the intersection of Railroad and Main, he checked the time, then leaned against the telephone pole. A BP sat across the street, and other buildings surrounded the road. Bank, Starbucks, doctor's office, normal suburban mush. 5 minutes after arriving, he glanced down Main and saw his friend Paul coming up the sidewalk, his head guardedly down and his shoulders hunched in a defensive posture. That's how a school shooter walks, Lugosi teased him once, and it kind of was. It bespoke timidity, self-consciousness, and petulance. To be fair, Paul was not petulant, but he was timid and self-conscious. 5'5" and all of 110 pounds soaking wet, he wore thick glasses, and his lank black hair practically dripped with grease. He looked like a stereotypical geek, and, well, looks can be deceiving, but they aren't always. Paul walked up and lifted his head. He looked just as tired as his mom. "Sorry I'm late," he said, his voice high and reedy. "I was doing something." Lugosi lifted his brow as they crossed the street. "I'm kinda scared to ask," he said. "Not that." Paul blushed. "I was, writing a letter." "People still do that?" Lugosi asked. The universe apparently didn't like him messing with Paul, because a gust of wind blew his hair in his face. "Who's it to?" he asked, as he brushed it from his eyes. "Candy," Paul said. "Oh." Paul's crush to end all crushes was on a freshman girl named Candy. Lugosi was sure that had to be short for Candace, because the only woman he'd ever heard of named Candy were strippers. She was tall and skinny, with lustrous brown hair, fish lips, braces, and a forest of zits on her too big face. He wasn't judging her appearance, but, see, Paul thought she was way out of his league when, from where Lugosi stood, she wasn't. He acted like he didn't have a chance, but he honestly did. Then again, Paul knew her better than Lugosi. North Pine County High was a big school, and he never even noticed her until Paul pointed her out in the cafeteria one day. She seems to have a good personality, but that deduction was based on passing her in the hall and observing that she didn't go willy-nilly treating people like crap, so therefore wasn't a despicable human being. Now, Paul nodded. They were walking past Friendly's, the school in sight on the opposite side of the street, its second story rising over the tops of the trees, crowding its western county wall. "Are you going to give it to her?" Lugosi asked. In addition to being madly in love with her, he was also terrified of her. Paul took a deep breath and nodded determinedly. "Yeah, I am." "Good," Lugosi said. "That's the first step to sucking her face off." "I'm really nervous," Paul said, ignoring his joke. He turned to him and squinted against the glare of the sun. "How do you do it?" he asked with genuine curiosity. "I mean, you're confident and outgoing and stuff. What's your secret?" Lugosi opened his mouth, then closed it again, and scrunched his lips to one side in thought. "I don't know," he said at length. "I just don't let things bother me too much, I guess. If I like a girl, I ask her out, and if she says no, okay, that's just how it is." "What if you really like her? You don't get nervous?" "Of course I get nervous, but what's the alternative, man? Sit around and look at her from afar like I'm window shopping?" He shook his head at the notion. At the crosswalk, they hurried to the other side of the street and approached the school. "All she can do is say no," Lugosi told his friend. "And if she does, find another girl who won't." He grinned and tapped his temple with his index finger. "Simple advice is the best advice," he declared. The closing was at 3 p.m. that afternoon at the office of Barrow, Wheeler, and Stone in Chippewa Falls. Even with Google Maps, David had trouble finding the place. He knew Chippewa Falls, but only as a friend, and not intimately the way he knew Fort Royal or even Elk Park. He knew those both the way he knew Lucy. He could find his way around all three with his eyes closed. He finally found the building at the end of a wooded lane set apart from the rest of the town. He didn't know what he was expecting, but the antiquated Victorian with gingerbread trim sure wasn't it. As he parked, he found himself examining the house with the exacting criticism of a man in the market. Before he and Lucy started looking for their forever home, a term she used simply because she knew he thought it was hopelessly cheesy, He knew next to nothing about houses. All of their features, such as dormers, eaves, and gables, were just that thing. Now he was so used to inspecting them and their fixings that he couldn't just walk up to one and knock on the door. He had to look at it and consider everything. They looked at a few Victorians and liked them enough, but the only one in their price range was so close to the railroad that it shook every time a train went by. Lucy was disappointed. "I really liked that one," she said as they drove away. It looked like the house from Psycho. This one was nearly identical to the one they viewed, but with one major difference. It was painted pink. David wasn't against pink, but on a house. Yuck. He killed the engine and Lucy looked at him. "Here we are," she said. "Here we are," he agreed. "On the precipice of a new life." He smiled, leaned forward, and kissed her. "You're too verbose sometimes." "I know," she said. "I do it to mess with you." They got out and went inside. A woman sat behind a big oaken reception desk and took their names with businesslike efficiency. They sat in a waiting room occupying a corner of the parlor. Lucy with her purse in her lap, and David leaning forward with his hands clasped between his knees. He surged with nervous energy, and after 5 minutes he got up and investigated the framed photos on the wall. Black and white snapshots of the region's past, the oldest dating to 1892. One was of downtown Fort Royal during the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 to 1919. A cop in a coat with facing ranks of brass buttons stood in the middle of the desolate street with a white mask covering the lower half of his face. He seemed to be the only living thing in town, and David barely suppressed a shiver. 20 minutes after arriving, they were pushed into Frank Barrow's office, a wide, sunlit space filled with potted plants, filing cabinets, busts on marbling pedestals, and a giant bookshelf stuffed with thin hardbacks, their spines forming a rainbow of knowledge that David's innate curiosity wanted to touch, see, and know. Barrow, a big man with wavy brown hair and a sun-baked face that reminded David of old leather, went over the closing paperwork with them point by point. An hour later, they signed, paid the closing fee, and collected the keys. "Enjoy your new home," Barrow said with a chiclet smile. Outside, Lucy threw her arms around David and surprised him with a hug. He stumbled back and nearly fell, but she pulled him close, and he hugged her back. "We're homeowners now," she said, a hint of excitement in her voice. Owning a home had been their dream since they were married, and now, staring 40 in the face, they had finally realized it. Warm happiness flowed through David, and he hugged his wife tighter. "Do you want to move in tonight?" he asked. "Yes," she said instantly. "Very much." David kissed the tip of her nose. "Let's do it." At lunch, Lugosi sat next to Paul at the cool kids' table. At least that's what he called it. In actuality, it would probably be closer to the truth to call it the geek table. Shoved into an out-of-the-way corner of the cafeteria like a shameful secret, it was home to the same 6 guys every afternoon. 7 if you count Lugosi. There was Brian, a tall, gangly poker master who claims to know karate but for some reason never used it on his bullies. Harold, a chunky, 4-eyed dweeb who wore a pocket protector in his shirt pocket and wrote strange, second-person poetry. You walk through the vaulted hall of Callum, terror clutching your beating heart. Parker, a black dude who wore a black trench coat and talked endlessly about Japanese anime. Paul, Caden, who weighed a good 300 pounds and drew really killer art, actually, and Benny, the Fort Royal Raptors' esteemed water boy. They were the school misfits, and despite their varied interests, they drew together because human beings need to be part of a community, whether they know it or not. We are social creatures. It's deeply encoded in our DNA. When one is an outcast, they form their own society, or become bitter and alone. Lugosi didn't think he was one of the popular kids, but he had an open invitation to sit with just about anybody, except the jocks, but those dudes are dicks anyway. He sat with Paul because Paul was his friend, and a good friend doesn't bail on his bud to go sit with the skaters or the cheerleaders. At first, he was here strictly for Paul, but over time he came to like the others too. They did their own thing and didn't dress a certain way or like certain things just because everyone else did, and that made them pretty cool in his book. Presently, he picked up a chicken nugget and popped it into his mouth. It tasted like gloop, but he ate it anyway because he was starved and beggars can't be choosers. "That's why Goku's the best," Parker proclaimed, and sat back from the table with a smug flourish. "Naruto's better." Caden huffed. A thin sheen of sweat stood out on his doughy face, even though the most he'd exerted himself in the past 10 minutes was reaching out to pick up his milk. Guys like these, when they aren't among their own kind, are notoriously shy and quiet. Here, Lugosi was the one who didn't talk much, because he didn't share their passions and anything he said would come directly from his ass. He had no idea who Goku was, and while he thought he'd seen Naruto somewhere, he knew as much about him as he did the Middle Ages. Which wasn't much. Outside of Paul, the only other one whose interests he could kind of align with was Harold. Lugosi dabbled in poetry and song lyrics from time to time, but let's face it, folks, he sucked. He once rhymed blood with HUD. You know, the government agency, Housing and Urban Development. Not his proudest moment. Harold glanced up from his notebook, the autumn sunlight falling through the windows, shimmering across the lenses of his glasses like quicksilver, and setting the smitten of whiteheads on his forehead afire. "Both of them are lame." "You're lame," Benny said, a thin, effeminate freshman with black hair and fair skin. Benny sported the most metallic smile Lugosi had ever seen. It was like his braces had braces. He wasn't into his lunch group's pastimes either. He nursed dreams of being a jock, and walked funny because they snapped him with wet towels in the locker room. Lugosi didn't know much about football, but he was pretty sure you had to weigh more than 50 pounds to qualify. Reaching for another nugget, Lugosi caught a flash from the corner of his eye, and froze. Everyone stopped talking and turned. The atmosphere going from light and happy to dark and tense like throwing a switch. "You're a bunch of fags, you know that?" Ramona Santiago asked. A tall, rail-thin girl with black hair held up in ratty pigtails by thrift store butterfly clips, Ramona was, Lugosi had gathered, one of only 2 or 3 people in school who really deserved to be called a bully. She picked on everyone. Being interested in psychology, Lugosi had already psychoanalyzed her, and decided that hers was a simple and straightforward case of someone lashing out at others in the belief that if they didn't, they would lash out at them. Her clothes, a simple and dingy square neck dress over a pink t-shirt, told him that she was poor, and her crooked, snaggly teeth were a point of shame and social anxiety for her, or his name was Pinky Tutu Pants, and thank goodness it wasn't. Ramona felt, he believed, that if she did not strike first, everyone else would. She'd probably been picked on her entire life, and despite her shitty attitude, Lugosi couldn't help feeling bad for her. "Hi, Ramona," Benny said, his voice dripping sarcasm. Sneering, Ramona put her hands on her hips and leaned forward, a stray shaft of sunlight catching and refracting on the tarnished heart-shaped locket hanging around her throat. Her unwashed smell, mold and sour sweat, pinched Lugosi's nostrils, and his face crinkled in disgust. "Fuck you, railroad mouth," she said. She turns to Lugosi and their eyes met. Something strange happened. Later on, Lugosi would have trouble describing it. It was like a static interference. The moments their gazes touched, a jolt went through his brain, and in an instant, he could feel her thoughts. That was a strange way to put it, but it was all he had. A wave of dark energy swept over him, and for an endless second, he was one with Ramona Santiago. She must have felt it too. She blinked, furrowed her brow in confusion, and walked off without a word. Lugosi watched her go, then turned back to his tray, a troubled frown on his face. That was weird. Worse was the lingering darkness in his chest, darkness that was not his own. His emotions, light and normal just moments ago, were a nameless mess of gray. He was sad, angry, scared, and lonely, but he didn't know why. Across the cafeteria, Ramona sat at the end of an empty table and looked like she hated life and everyone in it. That same dark energy he felt when she was standing next to him radiated from her like cartoonish clouds of stink, fainter, but there nonetheless. He had known Ramona, as much as anyone can know their high school bully, for years. He'd seen her 1,000 times and been next to her probably twice as many, but he'd never experienced anything quite like whatever that was. And he kind of hoped he never did. Being Ramona sucked. His brow knitted in a soft expression of concern, and his lips pursed. She needed a friend. That declaration came from nowhere, but he didn't second-guess it. They say bullies only pick on people to make themselves feel better, and if what he felt was really what Ramona felt, as strange as feeling someone else's emotions may be, then there was a whole lot of truth in that statement. He pictured himself getting up, going over and sitting across from her. "Hey, how's it?" Then she bit his head off, literally. For a long moment, he stared at her with an indecisive frown. Sometimes he felt things that he couldn't explain, and every so often, he just knew stuff that he had no right knowing, like where a lost comb was. The former happened more often than the latter, but they were both rare. Now, looking at Ramona Santiago, he felt and knew something. Sadness. Under that asshole facade, she was a seething pit of sadness, and that made him sad. "Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be your friend." Her sour expression, however, kept him in his seat. "Later, after lunch, or tomorrow. Gotta build myself up." He was confident and didn't let things bother him, but he was a normal dude, and as such, he did get intimidated, especially by someone like her. If someone was a dick, he usually left them alone because, come on, he didn't like being bullied any more than the next guy. His mind was made up, though. His stomach grumbled, and pushing thoughts of Ramona Santiago aside, he went back to his lunch. Lugosi sat in the passenger seat of the U-Haul and gripped the handhold, his elbow propped on the doorframe, and his head slightly bent because the roof was too low to comfortably accommodate someone of his height. Dad drove as he always did, hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel and eyes straight ahead. He reminded Lugosi of an animatron when he drove. The sun was low over the treetops when they pulled into the U-shaped drive. The scarlet light danced on the rippling surface of the lake, and the cold, dusky wind rustled the boughs of the trees, screening the street. The house sat where Lugosi half suspected it had always sat from the dawn of time, its nooks and crannies filled with shadows and its window glinting like excited eyes. A sudden and inexplicable sense of unease came over him, and as they approached, the house drawing closer, he couldn't help dreading sundown. He caught himself and shook his head. "It's just a house. Relax," he told himself. He was anxious about moving, that was all. The apartment on Railroad Avenue wasn't much, but for the past 5 years, it was home. 5 years might not mean much to an adult, but to a kid, it was a significant portion of their childhood. He was 11 when they moved in, and in that short amount of time, he did a lot of growing, both physically and mentally. He didn't think he'd be sentimental over leaving, but he supposed he was, and he was transferring his negative feelings to the new house, which he saw as a hostile replacement to what he considered his real home. Much the way a child might resent a step-parent. Simple, really. Whether he liked it or not, this was home now, and he needed to get used to it. The funny thing was, he liked the house. He liked being right on the lake. It was too cold to swim now, but next spring he'd live in the water. He could have Paul and some other guys over, maybe some girls, and have a blast. The room he picked out on the second floor was bigger than his old one and had its own fireplace, which was great because he didn't do well in the winter. Like his father, he really dug the rustic aspect and the original fixtures. All in all, it was a cool house. That didn't change the queasy feeling in his stomach, though. And as Dad pulled to a stop at the front door and killed the engine, it deepened to a nauseous rocking. "And there we are," Dad said with a flourish. He turns to Lugosi, and his smile faltered a little. "You okay?" You look sick." "Nah, I'm fine." Lugosi lied. He threw open the door and jumped out. "I'm just really looking forward to unpacking all this stuff." Dad slammed the door and met him at the tailgate, his hands going to his hips. "Yeah, so am I," he said with a sigh. When Mom pulled into the drive, gravel crunching under the tires, they both turned and watched her. "We should get her to do it," Dad said, and nodded toward the car as it passed. "You think she would?" Lugosi asked. Dad snorted. "No." Mom got out and came over, her purse slung over her shoulder. She wore a long black coat over her black dress, the buttons undone and the hem swaying in the breeze. She looked up at the house, and her mask of neutrality cracked a little into a smile. They were both really stoked over this place, which is the main reason he didn't plan to say anything about his feelings. He didn't want to rain on the parade with any poor pity me crap. They'd been talking about buying a house like this for years, and now they had it, and he was genuinely happy for them. They both worked long, thankless hours to get where they were in life, and it was good to see it paying off. Turning away when Mom and Dad started their lovey-dovey Eskimo kisses, no you hang up first stuff, he put his hands on his hips and looked up at the house. There was no front porch, as was common with Dutch colonials, and 3 dormers stared back at him from the roof. From the side, as you came up the driveway, the framing was shaped roughly like an A, lending it a barn-like appearance. Out front, though, it was flat and kind of drab. "Until I go to college," he told the structure. "You and me are going to be pals, okay?" As expected, the house did not reply, which was good. If it did, he was losing it, and heading for a career not as a criminal psychologist, but a criminal psychology. Was that a word? He cocked his head. He wasn't sure. He didn't think so, though. In fact, "Come here," Dad said, and Lugosi glanced over his shoulder. He stood with his arm around Mom's shoulders and wearing a dopey expression. How could he say no to a face like that? He went over and stood between his parents, Mom's arm slipping around his waist and Dad reaching up to squeeze his shoulder. A cold rush of wind swept over them, whipping Mom's hair around her face and fanning Lugosi's out behind him. They stared at the house, a snapshot of familial unity. "We could save most of the unpacking for tomorrow," Dad said. "We'll just grab the sleeping bags. That sound okay?" Lugosi shrugged. Fine by him. While he and Dad opened the back of the U-Haul and rummaged around for the bare necessities in the rapidly fading light, Mom disappeared through the front door. Dad found the bags and handed 2 to Lugosi, then sifted through a box for candles and flashlights. Lugosi couldn't say he was particularly hard over the idea of spending his first night in an unfamiliar place surrounded by darkness. That's like sex. You gotta get to know the lay of the land before you go that far. What if it was infested with possums or something? Those things are scary as fuck. If he saw a white face and shining yellow eyes watching him from the shadows, he'd scream like a little girl and probably dive out the window. See ya. There was no power, though, so what was he gonna do? Oh wait, hold up. His room had a fireplace. Although he didn't know what kind of condition the chimney flue was in, it could be fine or it could be choked with soot and home to small animals. Darn, for a second there he thought he was doing good. Oh well, possums don't bite unless you bother them, he thought. Dad transferred all the little odds and ends they'd need for the night, flashlights and candles included, into a smaller box, then nodded that he was done. They hopped out, and standing on the tailgate, Dad pulled the door down with a metallic clank. Your bag's in the car, right? Before leaving, each one of them packed a bag with toiletries, extra clothes, and miscellaneous things. In Lugosi's was a John Douglas paperback, Mindhunter. Douglas is one of the FBI's first criminal profilers and interviewed hundreds of serial killers, mass murderers, and other violent offenders, which led him to spearhead the development of advanced preventative tactics aimed at luring killers into custody like flies into a spider web. Lugosi didn't think of him as his hero, but for all intents and purposes, he kind of was. Yeah, it's there, he said, his mind already lost in the world of killers and the noble geniuses who stopped them. He went over to the car, opened the back passenger door, and grabbed his bag. It was red with a white Nike logo across the front. As he made his way across the yard to the front door, open and filled with darkness, his dread, which had settled, stirred again like cold ashes in a wintry December wind, and his step faltered. His stomach rolled sickly, and the coppery taste of blood flooded his mouth. He winced and spat onto the ground, but his saliva was clear. This was ridiculous. He took a sharp breath and went inside. His lips turned down in an uncharacteristic scowl. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the atmosphere changed. Became heavier, pressing down on his shoulders like phantom hands. The smell of mildew wafted into his nostrils as his nose crinkled. The front door opened on a wide foyer with wood floors. To the right and through another door was the living room, and to the left a room that Lugosi had no name for, so he settled on Living Room 2, Return of the Living Room. Ahead, the stairs hugged the west wall, while a hall serviced the kitchen. Feeble white light spilled from the archway, telling him his mom was doing something. They didn't have any food or cookware, so she wasn't making dinner or putting anything away. Maybe she was summoning food from the realm of meals. That's like Meals on Wheels, only it's the Grim Reaper who delivers it, and each time you have him over, he takes 5 minutes off your life. Still too lazy to cook. Going left, he climbed the stairs into the deeper shadows of the second floor, his skin starting to crawl and his mind racing with 1,000 different images. Every horror movie he'd ever seen coming back to him in painstaking and glorious detail. You know who was really scary? Zelda from Pet Sematary, all pale and hunched and moaning, "I'm gonna twist your back like mine so you can never get out of bed again. Never get out of bed again." What if she rushed out in the dark and... His heart slammed, and suddenly, for the first time he could remember, he was truly, honestly afraid. His stomach knotted, and his vision straining. He froze as every muscle in his body tensed, and the air drained from his lungs in a rush. "Stop being an ass," he told himself. "There's no Zelda. Jesus, what's wrong with you?" He swallowed thickly. Whether Zelda from Pet Sematary existed or not, the corridor was filled with menace now, and the shadows swirled around him like living beings. Demonic pagans dancing round a bonfire in hell, moving faster and faster as the tide of their satanic lust rose until they were spinning around in a vortex of damned wails and scratching claws. He squeezed his eyes closed, forced himself to take a deep, calming breath, and let it out slowly. When he opened them again, he saw only the physical absence of light. Nothing more and nothing less. The atmosphere was lighter, and the shadows no longer hid shapeless monstrosities. He was a normal guy in the hallway of a normal house who felt normal misgivings around moving from his longtime home, and they were manifesting as ill-ease and dark thoughts. Right. Unclenching his muscles, he went to his bedroom, the last door on the right and directly across from the bathroom. The hall continued in an L shape and turned into the back stairs, which led down into the kitchen. Voices drifted up. His parents, but he couldn't make out words. In his room, he dropped his bag to the floor and took out a flashlight he jammed into his belt. He clicked it on and carved the beam through the darkness. Cobwebs fluttered in the corners, and dust motes flowed through the lights like driving snow. He went over to the window, beyond which full night had fallen, and glanced out, scanning the backyard for nothing in particular, or so his brain told him. Nothing moved, save for the surface of the lake. Setting the flashlight down, he knelt down, laid his sleeping bag out against one wall, then went through his bag, taking out his toothbrush, toothpaste, and deodorant, and lining them up on the floor. Something moved in his periphery, and he whipped around, bringing the light up and revealing his father. Dad winced and held his hand up to block out the brilliance. "My eyes," he said. Huh. He could have sworn he just heard him in the kitchen. Relaxing, Lugosi lowered the beam. "Sorry, we're thinking of ordering a pizza," Dad said as he came into the room, his eyes darting curiously around. "Cool," Lugosi said, and tracked his father's movements. His gaze landed on the fireplace, and he remembered. "What kind of condition are the fireplaces in?" he asked, and nodded toward it. "Excellent condition," he said. His tone indicated that he was quoting something directly, probably the realtor. You thinking of building a fire? Lugosi shrugged. He was sitting on his butt now with his knees drawn to his chest, forearms jumping out on top. He started to speak, but stopped when something occurred to him. I don't have any wood, he said. Dad bobbed his head to one side. Yeah, that's a pretty big drawback. Yep, Lugosi said, and prodded the inside of his bottom lip with his tongue as he thought. Maybe he could rip up the floorboards and use those. Nah, Mom and Dad would whip his ass with one if he did. Looks like he was just gonna have to rough it. Dad cast one final look around and went to the door. Alright, I'll call you. Lugosi was already getting up. Nah, I'll come down, he said. It's pretty lonely up here. And spooky, he thought, but did not add. Chapter 3. On his first night in his new home, David awoke promptly at 3 a.m. to the sound of screaming. Heart in throat, he sat bolt upright, and Lucy, sitting up next to him and reading by the flickering light of a Coleman lantern, looked at him. What was that? What was what? She asked. David swallowed around a lump. His heart was back where it belonged, but knocked painfully into his ribs, and cold sweat slathered his bare chest. That screaming, he said. Even now he could hear it lingering in his head. A high, mournful sound like the cry of a banshee across the midnight still of a misty Irish moor. He darted his gaze around the shadowy living room, but didn't see anything. No one screamed, she said, and closed her book. A buff man with long, flowing hair graced the cover, holding a big-breasted blonde at a dip while the city burned in the background. David could only see parts of the title. Irate, Sire. He looked into Lucy's eyes, confused. Are you sure? Yes, she said. I'm sure. You were dreaming. Turning away and looking down into his lap, David furrowed his brows in consideration. He could have sworn someone screamed. It quivered against his eardrums still, resounding through the chambers of his skull like an unpleasant odor long after the source has been thrown away. Chuckling, he shook his head and rubbed his grainy eyes with the heels of his palms. He didn't have dreams that realistic very often, but when he did, they always left him feeling shaky and out of sorts, as though something otherworldly brushed past him in the dark, and he didn't realize it until his mind cleared. Lucy touched his back, her hand cool and dry like old parchment, and he glanced at her. In the throbbing glow of the lantern, her face was pooled with shadows, her lips a neutral line, but her dark eyes soft with concern. You want to talk about it? She asked. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, it was just a scream. I wasn't having a nightmare that I can remember. He rolled his neck and winced. 20 years ago, sleeping on the floor didn't bother him, but now, from all the aches and pains flaring into life through his body, it did. I had a bad dream like that last week, Lucy said. I heard a dog barking. David scrunched his brows and studied her face for signs of deceit. Every so often, she suggested they get a dog. Was she dropping a hint or being serious? Her little grin told him it was the former. David didn't mind dogs, or cats either for that matter, but he did mind having one shoved up in a tiny apartment. An animal, like a person, needs space and room to move, which they now had. You want a dog? He asked pointedly. Lucy nodded. Yes, she said. I do want a dog. All right, he said, and stretched out, the muscles in his back popping. We'll get a dog. Leaning over, Lucy shut off the lantern and plunged the room into darkness. She laid down and nestled herself against David's body, her butt pressing against his crotch and her clean-smelling black hair fluttering across his nose. He laid his arm in the curve of her hip, slid his other arm between her and the mattress, and laced his hands over her stomach. She reached behind and moved her hair away from his face, exposing the slope of her neck. "Good?" she asked. They had been together so long that they had cuddling, like everything else, down to a science. "Yes," he said, and kissed her neck. She shivered and let out a firm little giggle that echoed in the vast, unfurnished space. "That tickles," she said. "I know," David replied. He hugged her tight and took a deep breath through his nose, her scent filling his nostrils like perfume. For a while, neither of them spoke, both basking in the low, warm glow of their shared intimacy. They had been together as man and woman for over 20 years, and snuggling felt as good now, both physically and emotionally, as it did in the beginning. During the day, he found himself unable to keep from touching her, squeezing her shoulders as she stood at the stove, ghosting his hand over her hips as he passed behind, patting her butt as they walked beside each other in public, holding her hand, kissing the top of her head over the back of the couch, rubbing her feet when they sat together in the evening, and playing with her hair in bed, soothing her to sleep, and then himself. Everyone who knew them said they were cute because of their open affection and obvious love. Lugosi called them embarrassing. Their life was not perfect, as sometimes David and Lucy argued, and though Lugosi was a good boy, he occasionally needed a grounding. Every once in a while he ran his mouth and talked back. That's life, though. Some days are sunny, and some are rainy. Nothing is perfect. No one is perfect. But David loved his life, and though they could use a little more money and a newer car, he could never imagine, would never imagine, having any other but his own. He kissed Lucy's neck again. "What kind of dog do you want?" he asked drowsily. "I'm not sure," she replied, her voice clear and low like always. She laid her hand on his and rubbed his knuckles with her fingertips. "Something big, something you can play fetch and stuff with and not have to worry about trampling underfoot." David knitted his brows in thought. He wasn't very good with dog breeds, but he knew a couple. German Shepherds, Rottweilers, Boxers, Pit Bulls, St. Bernards, Greyhounds. That was it, as far as larger dog breeds went. Most of those had a reputation for being vicious, though, and one was known to go rapid and trap people inside sweltering cars. Oh, golden retrievers. Those are good dogs. You hear about rots and pits mauling people all the time, but never a golden retriever. He didn't think they were even capable of hurting someone, except by getting excited and jumping on them. Who was the author Lucy read? The one whose books always include a golden retriever. He couldn't remember, but every time she left one lying around, he picked it up and read the synopsis to see if a golden was part of the plot, and more times than not, it was. "How about a golden retriever?" he asked. She didn't immediately respond, but he could sense her turning the idea over and over in her head. "I like those," she said, finally. "They're naturally gentle, easy to train, and they have an instinctive love of water." That she knew those things off the top of her head did not surprise him. "Ours would have a blast with the lake," he said. "You would," Lucy agreed. "They're also really intelligent, which means I can finally have someone to have a decent conversation with when Lugosi isn't around." That made David laugh, and the flat, sober way in which she said it made him laugh even harder. "You're funny," he said, and hugged her. "I'm also horny," she stated, and rubbed her butt into his crotch. She wore a thick black nightgown through which he could feel the dip of her cleft. His member twitched against the inseam of his briefs, and his heartbeat sped up. When they were younger, they would sometimes make love 3 or 4 times in a night, returning to one another's bodies like drunks to a bottle, hopelessly addicted to the taste and sensation of the other, and to the act of joining together as one. Neither could go that often anymore, but sometimes they could manage twice. Earlier, before falling asleep, David mounted her and held her hand. Now he ran his hand over the bare, creamy flesh of her bent leg, his fingertips lingering and his lips brushing the back of her neck. She sighed and guided his other hands to her tiny breast, her butt grinding lightly against his swelling bulge when she began rubbing her thighs together. He gently squeezed her through the silken fabric of her dress and kneaded his thumb into her stiffening nipple. She tilted her head back and purred when he kissed the side of her neck, her lips wrapping around her rapidly pounding pulse. Fire filled his depths, and he pushed the hem of her dress up, his fingers caressing the V of her sex. She lifted up a little, and he hiked the dress around her hips, then tugged his underwear down enough to free his rigid member. She rolled to face him and cocked her leg over his hip, her hand going to his cheek and their lips urgently fusing. She bent her knee and braced her heel against the back of his leg as he entered her, a moan passing from one mouth to the other. David slipped his hand under her dress and danced his fingers over her warm skin. Finding her breast, he cupped it in his palm and made firm circles against her nipple with his thumb. Their tongues danced slowly at first, and more quickly as their passion crested. David released her breast, held her hip, and went faster, his breathing ragged and his heart blasting, each stroke into his boiling core, bringing him closer. When the end came, he gave one final thrust and moaned into Lucy's mouth as his climax rushed out and filled her center with thick, liquid fire. Lucy curled her fingers into his chest and rocked her hips, a muted tremor going through her as her own climax waxed and waned like the cycle of the moon. She broke her lips from his and held his head to breast, the reassuring sound of her living heartbeat filling his head. They lay in a sweaty triangle of limbs a while before Lucy spoke, her voice even and measured. "I love you, David," she said. "I love you too," David replied, and wove his fingers through hers. Like that, they fell asleep. Lucy Wallace woke in the purplish hour before dawn like a cat, her mind suddenly and completely clear. Something moved in the corner of her eye, and she whipped her head around. Nothing. Only a shadow. She let out a deep breath and ran her fingers through her hair. Next to her, David lay on his back, mouth open. In the low, white light emanating from the Coleman lantern next to the mattress, his features were dark and craggy, those of a corpse under the cold glow of a mortician's lamp. An inexplicable shudder went through her, and she sat up in a rustle of blankets. Cool air caressed her bare chest, and she crossed her arms. It was warm yesterday afternoon, and she didn't think to put the heat on before she and David went to bed. What time was it? 6:09? That figure came to her from nowhere, but she did not question it. She reached for her phone and swiped her thumb across the screen, just to confirm. Yup, 6:09. 20 years ago, she would have felt pride in knowing something she had no logical way of knowing, but she was older and accustomed to it. It was simply her thing, the way solving rapid-fire equations was a mathematician's thing. She had been finishing people's sentences and grabbing bits of information from the ether since she was a little girl. She had read a great deal on parapsychology in order to understand it, but to this day, the inner workings of her own mind were a mystery. She did not call herself a clairvoyant or a medium or even a psychic. Those terms were too grand and lofty to describe her abilities. Psychics and mediums can control what they do. At least, they said they could. She could not. It came to her like summer rain, stronger and more frequently in her youth, slower and more seldom as she aged. She wasn't John Edwards or Miss Cleo. She was just Lucy Wallace, wife and mother. A wife and mother who was very excited about settling into her new home. Ever since she was a child, she had dreamed of a house just like this one, and finally being here was like Christmas morning, her birthday, and Halloween all wrapped into one. She and David finally owned their own home. Our own home. Our own home. Just the words sent a tingle through her breast. They had talked and planned and dreamed for so long that being here was surreal. David let out a deep snort, and Lucy looked at him, a ghost of a smile touching the corner of her lips. She considered waking him, but decided against it. He needed his sleep. He had a long day of carrying boxes and furniture ahead of him. She couldn't resist reaching out and brushing the back of her hand along his cheek, his stubble prickling her skin and his warmth flowing instantly into her. When she said her husband was hot, she didn't mean that he was attractive, though he was hot in that respect as well. Some people are naturally hotter than others, and David threw off lots of heat, which made sleeping next to him pleasant. Lucy was cold-blooded herself, and on a chilly winter night, when the winds moaned in the eaves and the windows rattled in their frames, she curled up next to him like a lizard to her favorite rock. That was David, her rock. He was strong and caring, smart and confident. He made her feel safe and loved. And even though she was starting to gray and wrinkles were beginning to form on her face, he looked at her with the same intensity he had when they were young. Her childhood was not happy, and her parents were not good people. The boys, and eventually men, she sought love and affection from, gave her no more love and affection than they had. But David was different. Of course, every woman in love says that about her man or her woman. He wasn't perfect, but no one is, not even her. She got moody sometimes and wanted to be left alone. He sometimes got so tightly wound that he'd spring at the tiniest thing. "You left the lights on, Luce. I'll never financially recover from this." And they each had their flaws, but every couple does. Unlike most couples these days, they worked on them and improved for the other. Lucy did not consider herself old-fashioned, but she believed that marriage was a commitment, and that both participants must make sacrifices for the union to work. Her older sister, with whom she never spoke, was a fan of posting that famous Marilyn Monroe quote on Facebook. "If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best." She agreed with that to a point, because life is about change and personal growth. An adult identifies and changes their toxic traits. A child crosses their arms and demands to be taken as they are, without making the least bit of effort to take others as they are. No one is perfect, and change is good. If you go into a marriage, or anything else for that matter, and stubbornly refuse to change or admit to your own shortcomings, it won't last very long. Her parents were like that. They were both toxic people who would never admit to being toxic people, who never even knew they were toxic. But toxic people rarely ever do. David realized his flaws and made an attempt to fix them. She did the same. That was why their marriage worked, and why they were still in love just as strongly as they were on day one. Neither resented the other. Neither nursed grudges against the other. If they had a problem, they fixed it. Simple as that. 6:14. Though it was early, she was too wired to sit still. Throwing the covers aside, she got up, her naked body raking with goosebumps. She pulled her nightgown on and looked around for her robe before remembering that it and her slippers were packed up. Damn it. She padded out of the room on bare feet and went into the living room. Stacks of boxes loomed forth from the shadows. Her eyes traveled dispassionately over them. She turned away, and in her periphery, one of the stacks moved. Lucy's heart missed a beat. Boogeyman. That single word came as suddenly and inexplicably as the time, so clear in the center of her skull that for a split second she thought someone had actually spoken from the darkness. Her blood turned to ice water in her veins, and her hands fisted defensively to her throbbing chest. Was she hysterical, or did the boxes look like Boogeyman? Tall, broad shoulders, fedora, razor fangs, and black eyes and a dead face. Her heart crashed wildly, and the shadows around her seemed to slither across the wall in celebration of her fear. Why did they have presence? Shadows shouldn't have presence. Yet they did. She could feel them watching her. hating her, wanting her blood. And as abruptly as it started, it was over. The boxes were just boxes. The shadows, just shadows. Lucy let out a ragged breath she hadn't realized she was holding, and darted her eyes around the room. Nothing. She was alone. Just her imagination. That was all. Boogeyman. Ha! Although she put as much disdain on that name as she could, it lost none of the power it had once had on her. The power that it had on her right now, in the dark of an unfamiliar place. In the kitchen, she snapped on the lights, but nothing happened. Right. No power. She went back into the bedroom, grabbed a flashlight, and searched the kitchen and living room, just to be sure no one and nothing was there. By the time she was finished, feeble daylight crept through the windows, and the first birds of morning sang merry melodies from treetop perches. Lucy leaned against the kitchen counter and crossed her arms over her chest. First aid jitters, she told herself, when she mistook the boxes for him. She was still in that hazy shadow world between this world and the world of dreams. Why did she think of Boogeyman? She hadn't thought of him in years, not since she was a little girl alone in her bed. She grew up and buried her Boogeyman deep in her subconsciousness, the way every child does. He was dead and gone. He wouldn't get her if she walked around the house at night, the way her grandmother swore he would. He wouldn't carry her away and eat her for being naughty. He wasn't real, and his memory hadn't bothered her in ages. Then, this morning, Boogeyman. That single word echoed through the chambers of her mind. The more she turned it over, searching it for clues, the way a clairvoyant might a missing child's shoe, the more convinced she became that she heard rather than thought it. It was crystal clear. It was spoken. Full morning had come, and the light filling the house took on a pleasant golden hue that only seemed possible in autumn. The disquiet nestling in her heart faded, and she let out a deep breath. Just a nightmare. Nothing more, nothing less. Convinced, Lucy Wallace went off to start her day. Saturday morning. Lugosi woke in a fall of bright autumn sunshine, his eyelids rippling against the blinding light and finally creaking open. He looked toward the window in confusion. Why was it so? There were no curtains. His confusion deepened. What happened to my curtains? Then it dawned on him. They were in the moving truck, and he was no longer in his old room, but his new room at the Lutz Drive house. Ah, okay. He rubbed his temple with the flat of his palm and sat up with a protracted yawn. Next, he massaged his stiff neck and rolled his head. Vertigo overcame him, and he held up his hands to steady himself. Like his mother, he was a natural early bird, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, while other people dragged their shattered carcasses to the coffee pot like zombies. But right now he felt like Dad did in the mornings, drooping and barely alive. He scratched his head and tried to remember what time he went to bed. It wasn't very late. 11? Midnight, maybe. He didn't fall instantly asleep, though. The wind kept him awake. Not the wind itself, really, but the low, hissing noise it made in the eaves that sounded uncomfortably like whispering. At one point, he could have sworn it was whispering, and that it was saying, "The house is haunted, the house is haunted." To be fair, though, at another point it sounded like tacos are good. Hey man, I can agree with that one. Not so much the haunted stuff. Clearly, both times he was just hearing what his mind wanted to hear. The human brain is a complex thing, and one of the many things it's trained to do is make order out of chaos. It sees patterns and meaning where there are none. It hears voices in white noise and discerns faces in chicken scratch. In other words, your brain's kind of a liar, a well-intentioned liar, but a liar nonetheless. Either way, he felt kind of dumb now in the daylight. First the thing about Zelda from Pet Sematary, then the whispers. Real mature, huh? First aid jitters, he told himself. That was all. Getting up, he stretched and rubbed the back of his neck, then went out into the shadow-wrapped hallway. Voices drifted up the back stairs, telling him his parents were awake. What time was it anyway? His internal clock said 9, so it was probably close to that. But sometimes his internal clock was wrong, so there's that. He crossed the hall, went into the bathroom, and shut the door behind him. At the toilet, he pulled himself free of his basketball shorts, peed, then flushed. In his room, he grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste, went back into the bathroom, and hurriedly brushed. Dad would want to get started on unpacking soon. He favored his reflection in the grimy mirror, his features sharp but not unpleasant. He didn't think of himself as handsome, but his mom told him he was all the time, so it had to be true, right? He saw himself being turned down for a date and getting all pissy about it. Well, I'm my mom's type. How would the girl react to that? Probably with disgusted disbelief. Then the next day he comes back with a snotty tone. My mom says you have to date me, so there. That would be the funniest thing ever. He kind of wanted to do it now, but he probably wouldn't. He didn't want people thinking he was weird or anything. Done, he spat, rinsed out the sink, and left his brush and paste on the counter. In his room, he took his clothes out of his bag and dressed. Blue jeans, black t-shirt, and a red and black flannel shirt. He pulled his hair back in a ponytail, then stepped into his shoes. He wasn't trying to look like Kurt Cobain, but as he passed the bathroom, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He realized that that's exactly who he looked like. Maybe he should take the flannel off. No, it looked pretty cold outside. Oh well, there were worse things to look like the singer from Green Day. They had good music, but they all looked like grown men copying teenage emos, sitting at the food court across from Hot Topic and wishing they didn't have to stay 1,000 feet from kids. Society doesn't understand me, man. Actually, man, society does. That's why you're on a list. At the bottom, the voices were louder, their timbre rising as if in argument. Uh-oh, Mom and Dad are disagreeing again. Better step in before they beat each other up. He went through the door, and they ceased like throwing a switch. The sun-washed kitchen was empty, and silence held sway. He faltered. Okay. I know I heard them talking. He looked around but didn't see anyone. The place felt empty. Hello? He called, his voice echoing. No reply. Tense and confused, he closed the door and went into the dining room, whipping his gaze this way and that, but finding only empty house. At the window, he spotted them walking along the shore of the lake, the wind fluttering through their hair and their hands clasped. Or maybe they weren't. Lugosi couldn't tell. He kind of needed glasses. He could see well enough to know that that was indeed them. Was someone else here? He furrowed his brows. The dining room and living room, too, return of the living room, were largely open to each other, separated by a wide archway. Light spilled through the bay windows and gleamed dully on the dusty, covered floor. Since the house was still barren of furniture, there was nothing a burglar could hide behind. Plus, if someone had robbery on their minds, they picked the wrong house. Literally. There was nothing to steal, except for copper pipes, probably. There was the moving truck. Steeling himself for a fight, he went into the living room too and crossed to the window. The truck stood where he and Dad left it, the back door firmly closed. He didn't see any other cars and certainly no people. Huh. He did a circuit of the first floor but didn't find anything out of place. He made it back to the kitchen just as Mom and Dad came in from outside, their faces red with windburn and their hands still clasped together. Hey, Dad greeted and shut the door. You're up. Lugosi threw a glance over his shoulder to make certain no one was behind him. They weren't. Yeah, I'm up, he said. Dad sensed something was off. You alright? No, he wasn't. He could ascribe a lot to his brain being a drama queen over moving, but not distinctly hearing voices. If it was one, maybe, but he knew for sure that he heard two, one deeper and the other higher, a man and a woman. He went back to the whispering eaves and the sensation of being surrounded by a presence in the hall, even though those had nothing to do with now. One was the wind, and the other was him scaring himself with thoughts of a dumb horror movie character. Those were easily explainable, but not this. Those voices were just on the other side of the door, yet when he came through, they vanished. Sudden at that. They didn't dwindle as though the speakers were walking away. They cut sharply out. The only conclusion he could logically reach was that he was hearing things, and from everything he read on mental illness, hearing voices was a very bad sign. It starts small. Then next thing you know, you're being barraged with taunts, insults, and orders to kill. Something cold and slimy uncoiled in the pit of his stomach, and he felt like he was going to be sick. Dad watched him with worry. Mom, too. Did he look crazy? Was there sickness in his eyes? There often is, you know. When someone is schizophrenic, you can see it as surely as you can see when someone has AIDS, a sort of wide, fevered intensity that stirs disquiet in your stomach, if you look too long. He remembered his reflection in the mirror. He thought he looked normal, but the mentally ill never doubt or question their own wellness, which, come to think of it, must mean that he wasn't sick, or else he wouldn't be having these misgivings. But he was convincing himself that he was well, which brought him back to thinking he was normal when, in fact, he might not be. Now he was confused and unnerved. "No, I'm fine," he said, and blurted out the first lie that came to mind. "I just thought I heard something on the wall. Probably a mouse." Dad bought it. "Phew. There probably are mice on the walls," he said. "We gotta go into town anyway so we can get some poison at the hardware store." "Sounds good," Lugosi said, and fought the urge to look over his shoulder again. "We need to unpack the truck first." He gazed his finger over Mom's arm as she passed, going somewhere to do something, then put his hands on his hips. "There's leftover pizza if you're hungry. We can go out when you're done." Well, Lugosi was hungry, but now his appetite was flatlined. "I'm good," he said. "We can get started now." For the rest of the morning, he worried over whether or not he was going crazy. At one point, standing on the tailgate and waiting for Dad to hand him a box, he caught a flash of the house in his periphery and tensed. "I don't like the way you're looking at me," he thought in jest. But his attempt at humor fell flat when he realized that he really did feel like it was looking at him, watching, scrutinizing, hating. That was ridiculous. Something a crazy person would think. "Lugosi." Dad held out a box. "Gathering wool?" he asked. "Yeah," Lugosi said, and flashed a wan, tight-lipped smile. "Just, thinking about how good the house is gonna look after we fix it up." Dad came out onto the tailgate, grabbed the metal handhold flanking the door, and leaned over the side, his eyes drinking in the facade of his new home. A grin touched the corners of his lips, and he nodded as if in appreciation. "It's gonna be beautiful," he said, with a metaphorical tear in his eyes, and an instant before he continued, Lugosi winced because he knew exactly what he was going to say. "Just like your mother." And there we have it, your awkward quote of the day brought to you by the letter D for Dad, who's full of them. He shook his head and Dad shrugged. "She is," he said. "Maybe to you," Lugosi said. "To me, she looks like Mom." His parents being lovey-dovey didn't bother him much, but when he looked at them, he honestly didn't see beauty or ugliness for that matter. He saw his mother and father, and like most people, he sort of put his parents in a class of their own, above it all. He knew intellectually that Dad was a normal dude who got hard, and that Mom was a normal woman, and... Shiver. Why was he even thinking about this? Because it's better than thinking about what a nutcase you are. Well, see, actually... Shut up, Skits. Don't you have a president to shoot in a vain attempt to impress Jodie Foster? No, she's like 80 plus. That's how she's supposed to look, Dad said, and clapped his shoulder. Shoving all thoughts of insanity and Jodie Foster aside, he carried the box inside, stopping just inside the door to read the marker scrawled along the side. Kitchen. Why was the atmosphere so leaden? Every time he crossed the threshold, the difference was like night and day. Outside it was light and airy. In here it was heavy and stagnant, like he had nothing. The first word that came to mind was void, but he wasn't sure if that quite fit. His mother was good with words. His father, too, come to think of it. He, sadly, was not. Void suggested a total absence. Absence of light, sound, time, and air. So he'd go with it. Walking into 122 Lutz Drive was like walking into a void. Man, you really don't like this house, huh? He had no choice but to say that he didn't. He couldn't say why, so he would stick with the whole resenting the move from my childhood home thing. Maybe the voices were part of that. Maybe his brain was pulling out all the stops to fool him into thinking he hated the house for non-petty reasons. Dude, this place is haunted as fuck. Beg Mom and Dad to take us back to the apartment. Yeah, that had to be it. He wasn't crazy, just a whiny teenager. Phew. Deep down, he didn't know if he believed that or not, but he latched on anyway, like a drowning man onto a life preserver. Feeling a little better, he took the box into the kitchen and sat it on the counter. More were arrayed across the floor, some empty and others half full. Mom sat on her tippy toes and sat a stack of plates in a cabinet. She was humming. That was a little odd. Despite her flat personality, which Lugosi had tried and failed to analyze from afar, she wasn't a walking corpse. She laughed, smiled, and even sang. She just had a higher happy threshold than most people. Some people handle pain very well, others don't. Some people do a little happy dance every time something good happens, and some only smile when the heavens part and God himself comes down with one of those big checks the Publishers Clearinghouse hands out. Lucy Wallace, you just won $1 bajillion. How do you feel? Tiny smile. See how happy this house makes them, Brain? And you really want to be a snot about it? Really? That apartment sucked anyway. It didn't even have a lake. You know what does? This place. Look, see it out the window? It's gonna be lit this summer. Just you wait. His brain didn't respond, which was encouraging. Mom turned, went over to one of the boxes, and took out a stack of cups. At the counter, she stood on her tippy toes again, then flat on her feet when she realized she couldn't reach. Can you put these away, please? She asked. Yeah, he said, and took them. He sat them on the top shelf and stepped away, his arms crossing thoughtfully over his chest. How are you going to reach those when you want to get a drink? He asked, and gestured to the cabinet. She tilted her head back to look at him. I'm not. You are. Lugosi chuckled. Raise my allowance and we'll talk. I'll ask your father, she said. As if on cue, Dad came in with a box in his arms. Ask his father what? To raise his allowance. Dad sat the box on the counter, leaning against it, and looked at him. Lugosi flashed a toothy smile. He wasn't serious when he said it, but if Dad wanted to give him more money every week, awesome. Raise it? Dad asked incredulously, and Lugosi's smile fell. He doesn't do anything. I should take it away entirely. That's not true, Lugosi said, and pointed at his father. I do my chores and then some. I cooked dinner 3 times last week. Granted, it was frozen pizza, Hungry Man's, men, and Kraft macaroni and cheese because he wasn't a very good cook, but still, he fed the family when he didn't have to. That deserves recognition, at least. Dad cocked his head and listened, then nodded. Yeah, okay. You want a raise? Sure, Lugosi said. But I was joking with Mom. More money's cool, but whatever. I'll bump you up $2 if you help with fixing the house. Lugosi opened his mouth to say that he was obviously going to help anyway, but stopped. That might sink his chances of getting this increase. Oh, you were going to? Well, never mind. Best to play it cool. Okay, he said at length, trying to sound as though it were a tall order, but not too tall for a reluctant but dedicated son like him. I can do that. Dad regarded him with a knowing light in his eye, like he figured he was going to help out and just wanted to mess with him. All right, now help me finish unloading this truck. I want to bring the dining room table in next. Let's do it. It took almost 2 hours, but do it they did. The living room and kitchen were both littered with boxes and pieces of furniture sitting crooked and askew. Left where they were dropped, and there were 3 fresh scratches in the wallpaper along the stairs, getting the mattress up took grunting, sweating, straining, and violence. So much violence. Lugosi couldn't remember the last time his father used the word fuck, but during the epic battle to get his and Mom's queen up without snapping the railing off, he used a good 5 variations of it. He even called the threads a fucking fuck. You guys practically sleep on top of each other? Lugosi grunted at one point. His bent back, arms, and legs were all quivering, and he had to turn his head to the side to keep from getting a face full of mattress. When they were done, Lugosi brought his bed frame to his room in pieces and assembled it while he waited for Dad to put his together. Afterwards, he and Dad drove the U-Haul back to the rental agency while Mom followed in the car. Next, they went to Home Depot in Chippewa Falls, where Lugosi poked around, bored out of his mind, while Mom and Dad moved up and down each aisle at the speed of middle age. He used part of the time to further reassure himself that he didn't really hear voices that morning and that his brain was just being a giant crybaby. That took a while, but nowhere near long enough, and he wound up absent-mindedly flipping through carpet samples in a binder. That shag piece felt pretty nice. Stealing a quick look around, he lifted the book and rubbed it against his cheek, his eyes closed and a dreamy smile touching his lips. That's nice. Maybe he should try to get Dad to buy him some for his room. Screw hardwood floors. This is where it's at. He opened his eyes and faltered. An older woman with frizzy red hair and fat rolls glaring at him from behind her cart. He flashed a castigated smile. I really like this carpet. She took a deep breath through flaring nostrils and stalked off, one wheel wobbling indignantly. Well, that was mildly embarrassing. Thank God it wasn't a hot girl, he might have blushed a little. Done filling up the free samples, he went off in search of his parents and found them literally 3 feet from where he left them 20 minutes before. He threw his head back and groaned. He didn't mean to be childish, but come on. Home Depot sucks unless you're into building and remodeling. That's literally the only stuff they have. Boards, saws, bathrooms, and boredom. Before he could slink away with his tail between his legs, that old greeter looked pretty cool. Maybe he has some interesting stories about Operation Iraqi Freedom. Dad looked up and caught him. Come here. Hoping Dad was going to give him money to go somewhere else for a while, is there an arcade around here or something? He went over and stood next to Mom, who closely studied 2 different types of light bulbs. What's up? What color you want to paint your room? Dad asked. Or do you want wallpaper? Now there was a question Lugosi hadn't considered yet. He wasn't the world's biggest fan of floral print wallpaper, but the house was old, and trying to imagine his room with a fresh coat of paint was hard. It's like that saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Wallpaper in an old house seemed right. Probably wallpaper. Dad nodded. Come on, you and I'll go see what they have while your mom finishes up here. He followed Dad on what turned into a 15-minute-long journey of father-son bonding and self-discovery while looking for the wallpaper guy. Where is this clown? Dad asked and put his hands on his hips. They were standing by a pyramid of paint cans across from a line of toilets. Lugosi opened his mouth to reply, but trailed off when a very attractive blonde girl about his age passed by. She wore a white tank top and plaid shorts that stopped well above her knees. Her eyes were vibrant blue, and her hair reminded him of warm spring sunshine. He was so captivated that he almost didn't notice her bulldog of a father waddling around beside her, with his massive chest puffed out and his tree-trunk-sized arms in an upside-down U, fists well away from his body. The guy looked like a gorilla, only not as handsome. Bald, red cheeks, a pack of ballpark francs masquerading as a neck. Like any 16-year-old boy, Lugosi enjoyed looking at pretty girls, but he did not enjoy getting his ass whipped by hot-headed, overprotective fathers, so he made it a point to turn away. "I wasn't looking, mister, honestly." It was just as well away because the paint guy finally decided to show up, and they were off to the races. 20 minutes later, Lugosi picked out a floral pattern just to move things along. Then, when they were done, he carried a few rolls of it back to the cart, which seems to have moved only a couple feet. Sigh. He didn't want to whine, but are we done yet? The house needs work, but not that much work. Hanging his head, he pulled a U-turn and dragged himself back the way he came. Maybe he could find that girl he saw, smack her butt, and get into a knockdown, drag-out brawl with her father to pass the time. He wouldn't win, but if he was lucky, he'd get clocked out and sleep through the rest of the trip. See, this is why teenagers get in trouble. Boredom. He was so bored that he was this close from hopping into a cart and surfing it through the store. Then he'd smash into a display of space heaters or something and go flying like Superman on his way to rescue Lois Lane. Oh, shit. Crash. Hey, they might kick him and his parents out over it. So it'd be a win, right? The back of his neck tingled and he suddenly had the urge to check out the plumbing aisle. He turned it down and jumped back when he came face to face with Ramona Santiago. Did that tingle make sense now? She looked extra grumpy today. Thick, bushy brown hair angled in a V, downcast eyes darkened and stormy, like night in a Lord Lytton novel. Lips turned down in a contemptuous frown that invited everyone who saw it to go fuck themselves and die. She came to a screeching halt, registered just who stood before her, and sneered, her jagged teeth like cannibal fangs specifically crafted to tear throats out and rip off heads. Lugosi's heart sank into his stomach, and his spine went rigid. Ramona Santiago did not scare Lugosi. His mother taught him to respect women, and he did, but he'd totally overpower and kick the Hispanic girl's ass if he had to. But she... well, he didn't know exactly what she made him feel. Wary. Yeah, let's go with that. He felt wary around her. Like the moment he let his guard down, she'd lean over, extend her jaw in a creepy, snaky fashion, and swallow him whole. Or drag him away, spew acidic digestive juices over his quivering body, and then slowly consume him over a period of weeks. Actually, that was kinda hot. Well, not really. "Watch where you're going," she hissed, then went around him, her hands clenched into fists. A swish of air displaced by her passage washed over him, but instead of smelling her normally ripe odor, or anything else for that matter, he felt something. Sadness. Lugosi frowned. Sometimes, mainly when he was younger, but now, too, occasionally, he got feelings he couldn't explain. Everyone, his mother once told him, emits energy, and a very small percentage of the human population could pick up on that aura. It was a sort of sixth sense that fell under the wide umbrella term ESP, extrasensory perception, the claimed reception of information not gained through the recognized physical senses, but sensed, rather, with the mind. Basically, psychic stuff. He didn't know if he believed in second sight or the shining, but something his gut inexplicably told him something, and more often than not, it was right. Right now, his gut told him that while Ramona Santiago looked mad, she wasn't. She was sad. He remembered the previous afternoon and his vow to be her friend because everyone needs a friend. Didn't he say something about it being a suicide mission? If he didn't, he should have, because it probably was. She was at the end of the aisle and getting away. He had a split-second decision to make. Was he going to try and befriend her, or was he going to slink away like a pussy? "Hey," he blurted. She tensed, took a deep breath, and turned around slowly, deliberately, reminding him of a movie slasher or something. "What?" she asked shortly. "Okay, now what?" He blanked. Where do you start with someone who doesn't like you? compliment their shoes, make a self-deprecating joke. What has 10 fingers and sucks dick? Me. He had no idea, but the more he basked in her psychic emissions, the more resolved he became. What should he say, though? "How's it going?" he finally said. He crossed his arms casually over his chest and set his feet far apart. Just a guy shooting the breeze with a bud. Tim talking to Wilson over the back fence, free and easy, and not chafing because she looked at me like she wanted to strangle me. God, I feel so dumb. Ramona glared at him and took a deep breath as if to calm her raging annoyance. "It's going fine," she said. Now that threw Lugosi off a little. He was expecting her to call him a mean name. "Hey, this is easier than I thought it would be." "What, brings you here?" he asked. "I work here," she said, her tone that of a woman dealing with a particularly stupid child. She tapped the orange apron covering her chest and lifted her brows patronizingly. "See?" "Oh, how'd I miss that?" Explains why she didn't cuss me out. She's on the clock. Rolling right along, Lugosi nodded appreciatively. "That's cool. What department do you work in?" "Lawn and garden," she said with strained patience. "Do you need help?" "Well, no, but..." She turned and walked away, disappearing around an end cap. Lugosi sighed and let his arms drop. Well, that was a step in the right direction. Sure, she fled the first chance she got, but while some people might see the glass as half empty, he saw it as half full. He kind of laid a foundation to build on, so yay. "Hey, Ramona, remember when I ran into you at Home Depot? Good times." Shoving his hands into his pockets, he went off in search of Mom and Dad and found them a whole aisle over looking at screws. They were there another half hour before Dad announced that they had everything they needed. "Oh good, now we can leave. Thank God. Next time I'm staying home." His stomach rumbled. "And packing a lunch." After going through checkout, Mom pushed the cart past the automatic doors while Dad went off to pay a quick visit to the men's room. Lugosi followed Mom across the parking lot, his mind far away. Behind him, something drops to the ground with a muffled thump, and he glanced over his shoulder to see his old pal Ramona struggling to get a bag of fertilizer onto a handcart, her arms quivering and her face clenched. As he watched, it fell from her grasp and plopped to the pavement. She heaved a frustrated breath, stood, and put her hands on her hips. "Check it out. My time to shine." He walked over, and Ramona looked up at him. He flashed a big, friendly smile, and she rolled her eyes. His step faltered, but he pressed on. "Hey," he said, and nodded to the bag on the ground. "You needed some help?" "No." Short, sharp, and to the point, like a prison shiv. She bent, grabbed the bag, and strained to lift it, teeth baring, eyes squeezing closed, freckled cheeks turning an alarming shade of fire truck red. With a gasp, she dropped it again and slammed her hands to the small of her back. "Shit," she hissed through her teeth. Mom taught Lugosi that when a woman said no, she meant no. But this was kind of different. Without asking her consent, he stooped, picked up the bag, and laid it on the cart. Ramona glowered at him as he did it, and when he turned to her, she drew an angry breath through flaring nostrils. "I don't need your help," she said, and he thought he heard a wounded inflection in her voice, as though his helping hurt her pride. "I know," he said, humoring her. "I wanted to." Her brow lowered suspiciously. "Are you hitting on me?" Lugosi sputtered. No, he said quickly and shook his head. I thought you needed help." "Well, I don't," she said, "especially not from you." "Me? What's wrong with me?" "I didn't mean to offend." Ramona held up her hand and turned away. "Just fuck off, weirdo." Lugosi knew when to give up, and right now, he gave up and walked away. After Home Depot, he, Mom, and Dad stopped at Red Lobster for lunch. By the time they got home, he felt pretty good. until he saw the house sitting in its spots by the lake. His stomach turned, and something like sour distaste went through him. He ignored it. He plans to keep doing so until he never felt that way again, even if it took forever. David hated dusting, but as sundown approached, that's exactly what he found himself doing in the second-floor hall. Lugosi was dusting the living room and dining room, and Lucy was making dinner. When they got back from town, the power was on, and she insisted on breaking in the kitchen, even though no one was hungry. She wasn't normally this enthusiastic about cooking, but she was excited, because it was another dimension of settling in, just like making love in it. He lifted the feather duster over his head and ran it along the little ledge over Lugosi's door. Motes and particles kicked up and hung in the air like smoke. His nose and the back of his throat both tickled, and he sneezed. That was the last of it. Everything was done, but with a gulp, he looked up at the attic door. Twice, he and Lucy saw the house, twice before they closed, and they went into the attic neither time. They were so focused on other things, like being giddy over the fact they were buying an amazing home at a basement bargain, that checking the attic didn't even cross their minds. Now, after satiating their home lust, he was thinking clearly, and Jesus God, what's up there? Sharon, the realtor, said that it was filled with the original owner's belongings. What was his name? The one who built it, then went bankrupt in the crash of 29. That was almost 100 years ago. Other people had lived here since, so at least it wasn't filled with rot and ruin. He hoped. God, he hoped. Leaning the duster against the wall, he went over to the hatch and stared up at it, intimidated. He had to go up there sometime. Maybe later. He was high on happiness and felt like he was walking on air. It was nice, and he did not want to be shot down by discovering his attic, which he stupidly didn't check during the showing, was decomposing like a body in a crypt. He should wait. On the other hand, the responsible thing to do was to look at it as soon as possible. What if the ceiling collapsed and Lucy or Lugosi got hurt? That was probably not going to happen, but it's better to be safe than sorry. He reached up and yanked the cord. The staircase unfolded and the musky scent of closed space filled his nostrils. He sniffed, but didn't smell decay. Hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst, he climbed up, wincing at the way the rungs creaked under his weight. At the top, he stood to his full height and looked around. Boxes, chests, end tables, trunks, and other assorted junk lined a narrow walking path, 6 feet high in places and looming from the shadows like monsters from the night. Late afternoon sun cascaded through a window directly ahead of him and provided faint illumination. Darkness nestled between the bare plank rafters, gray and splintered with age, and the stale atmosphere swirled with dust. It was hot, far hotter than he imagined it would be, and sweat sprang to his forehead. He wiped it absently away with the back of his hand and walked along the aisle, looking left and right for signs of structural trouble, but seeing none. At least none that were glaringly obvious. More dust, disturbed by his passage, plumed in the air, and he sneezed. At the end of the aisle, an antique roll-top desk sat against the wall, flanking the window. As he passed, he glanced idly down and noticed a book lying on its surface, small, leather-bound, and resembling a ledger or journal. At the window, he rubbed a circle in the dirty pane with the sleeve of his shirt and peered out. The cobalt lake lapped against the muddy shoreline, whispering aquatic secrets that would drive one mad if they listened and discerned. Everything seemed okay. He'd have to come back with a flashlight and maybe a helper to give it a really thorough exam, but for now, he was satisfied. He turned from the window and started back the way he came, his eyes falling once more on the ledger. He stopped, hesitated, then picked it up, his curiosity getting the better of him. He opened the cover and held it up to the window to see it better. Tight, pragmatic script marched across a page yellowed with years. March 10, 1928. It was headed. The first line read, "As a sensible man, I do not believe in such things as tales of spirits, but as of late, I've begun to wonder." David's heart inexplicably jagged. He flipped through the book, the cinnamon-like smell of old paper fleeting in his nose. The last page was dated January 30th, 1930. He remembered Sharon the realtor's history lesson as she led him and Lucy up the stairs. 122 Lutz Drive was built in 1928 by a rich businessman from Chicago named, he couldn't recall, then sold when he lost all his money in the stock market crash. This had to be his. Tales of Spirits. David frowned. The book felt suddenly slimy in his hands, but he found himself wanting to read more, to find out what the author meant by Tales of Spirits. He wavered for a moment, though what's-his-name was a good 100 years dead. Reading his diary felt wrong, then closed the book, clutched it tightly, and left the attic, intent on putting the tome away for later consumption. In his and Lucy's room, he dropped it into the nightstand and stared down at it for a moment. He started to reach for it again when Lucy called up the stairs.
Dinner's ready.
David let his hand drop. Later. He would read it later. Downstairs, Lucy and Lugosi sat at the dining room table, plates and glasses in front of them. Lugosi favored his room with indecision, as though he wasn't sure if he wanted it or not, and Lucy wore a tiny, self-satisfied smile. "We're having our first dinner in our new home," it said. David sat at the place she set for him and looked at the plate. Meatloaf with mashed potatoes and green beans. The smell found his nose as he drew it deep into his nostrils, his stomach rumbling despite being full less than 2 hours ago. Lucy wasn't a very good cook. She was worse even than Lugosi, but her meatloaf was somehow the best. "I made your favorite," she pointed out. "Thank you," he said, and picked up his fork. "I didn't think I'd be hungry again." "I was going to cook it either way," she stated. "I was excited." For someone so dour, she was awfully like a little girl sometimes, which was charming if a bit mystifying. Lucy was, and always has been, an enigma to him. He knew her thoughts, emotions, likes, kinks, and habits as well as he did his own, but he couldn't explain why she was the way she was. As a child, she displayed keen psychic abilities that peaked and then began to diminish when she was 13. By the time she was 18, they were gone. He couldn't help but wonder if they had anything to do with her personality. He also wondered just exactly who she was sometimes, beyond being a wonderful wife and mother, that is. Lugosi prodded his meat with the tines of his fork like a boy poking a dead frog, his lips turning down in something approaching a grimace. "I'm not hungry," he said plainly. "You don't have to eat," Lucy said, "but you do have to hang out with us." The boy shrugged and sat back in his chair. "All right," he said. Like his mother, Lugosi was even-tempered and, at times, flat. Things rarely bothered him, and a lot of the time, he just went where the flow of life took him, like a leaf on the wind. They expected him to share Lucy's powers, but so far he did not, though Lucy suspected he was a sensitive, more easily able to sense thoughts, emotions, psychic auras, and the emanations of the universe, as Lucy put it, than other people. A full-blown psychic could, theoretically, see, hear, and experience past or future events, whereas a sensitive would only feel. If a psychic walked into a house where someone was murdered, they may be able to view that event in their minds and or otherwise receive intimate details. A sensitive would only feel that something bad had happened. Lucy based her assertion that Lugosi was a sensitive primarily on the fact that, as a child, he would often find lost things. Car keys, toys, David's wallet once, and when asked how he knew where it was, he'd shrug and say, "I felt like it was over there." He always had flashes of insight into things that he knew nothing about. More than once, he talked about a certain episode of a TV show or a certain song, then moments later it would come on. "Ha, knew it," he'd say. Based on the evidence, David had to agree with her. There was more going on than a random series of coincidences. He didn't do it much anymore, though every once in a while he'd shine, but those instances came fewer and farther between, and they were resigned to his powers waning the way Lucy's did. Oh well. David loved his son even if he was a failed psychic, just like he loved Lucy, though he was kind of salty that neither one could help him win the lottery. "Homework?" Lucy asked. Lugosi nodded, arms crossed. "Yeah, I'm gonna do it later." He took a drink from a can of Coke and sighed. "Or maybe tomorrow. I'm kinda tired." "You look pale," Lucy said. Anyone else wouldn't notice the hint of motherly concern, but David did. Like all of her emotions, the expression was muted, but not the sensation itself. Slowly, Lugosi shook his head. "I'm just really tired. Spending 5 hours at Home Depot will do that to you." David scoffed. It wasn't that long. He had to think for a moment, though. Was it? They were there for a while, he knew that much. It was more like 2.5. Which is like 5 anywhere else. Lugosi countered. Because it's so boring. "No, it's not," Mom said. "Home Depot's cool." For a moment, Lugosi looked at her strangely, then shook his head. "If you say so. They had some pretty soft carpet samples. Those were nice." His face crinkled. "I meant to ask if I can get some carpet, but I forgot." David took a bite of his meatloaf. "You can if you want, but you and I have to install it." The boy cocked his head in consideration. Maybe. We got a lot of stuff to do already, right?" Yes, in fact, they did, though none of it was major. "Painting, mainly," David said. "The bathroom door needs new hinges, gutters have to be cleaned, the floor's finished." He thought for a second, flipping through his running mental to-do list. "Not all that much." "Sounds good," Lugosi said, and stretched, a yawn escaping his lips. "I'm super excited. Can I please be excused?" Lucy nodded. "Yes, you can go now." There was a touch of reluctance in her voice, as though she didn't want him to go just yet. He got up, took his plate into the kitchen, then came back and went upstairs, leaving them alone with the pervasive silence. David took a bite of his mashed potatoes and listened. It was deeper than that which he was used to, more cloying. In the apartments, there were 1,000 noises to keep you company, from the muffled voices of the next-door neighbors through the 2 thin walls to the traffic sounds of Railroad Avenue. Here, between a field and a lake, there was only the wind and the crickets, neither of which were loud enough to be heard here. Peace, quiet, and privacy were exactly what they were searching for when they started looking last year, but he never anticipated it being quite this peaceful. It was a thick, living thing that rushed like blood in his ringing ears. The air seemed too heavy now, and tasted funny in his mouth. He took a bite and chewed, the click of his jaw muscles and the grinding of his teeth giving him pause. "I want to get the living room set up," Lucy said, her voice as abrupt and loud as a bomb blast. David started and nearly dropped his fork. She took a drink from her glass and sat it down with a clunk that lingered too long. "Then our room." The living room was still in a state of disarray, teetering stacks of boxes here and there, the TV on the floor, the entertainment system blocking the window, the couch slanted. It wouldn't take much to put it to rights, and he ordered most of their bedroom before they left. There was not a lot to do then, but for some reason he felt suddenly drained, and the prospect of bending, lifting, and straining made him dizzy. "How about we just relax a little?" he suggested and took a bite. "Enjoy our first full evening in our new home." "The living room is a disaster," she deadpanned, as though that was answer enough. He nodded his agreement. "Yeah, and tomorrow it won't be. We have all the time in the world to settle in. No need to rush it." She regarded him blankly for a long time before her lips creaked up in a tepid smile that was beautiful despite its torpor. "Okay," she relented. "Snuggling on the couch does sound good." Shortly, they took their plates into the kitchen, cleared them, and did the dishes side by side, one washing and the other drying, a nightly tradition that stretched back to their first place together. Sometimes they did it in companionable silence, and sometimes they talked and giggled like schoolkids in love, but they always did it together. For David's part, he had come to life by a simple motto: everything's better with Lucy. Done, they made their way into the living room, where they curled up on the couch, David sitting up with his arms around her shoulder and Lucy resting her head and hand on his chest. She likes to listen to his heartbeat when they did this, something that once unnerved him until she told him how comforting it was. Phew, I always thought you were planning on ripping it out and eating it. That was a joke. She wouldn't do that. Probably. This is nice, she said, voice thick with sleep. David kissed the top of her head and breathed in the warm fragrance of her hair. It is. After a while, they got up, turned out the lights, and went upstairs. In their room, Lucy changed into her nightgown, while David brushed his teeth in the master bath. He was halfway done when he noticed a pattern in the streaks on the mirror. Knitting his brows, he stopped, toothbrush jutting from his mouth, and leaned in, his hands gripping the edge of the sink top. They looked like words, as though someone had written a message in the steamy condensation of a past shower. He squinted, but couldn't make them out. He opened the medicine cabinet a little and looked at them from the side. Help me. At least, that's what he thought they were. His heart skipped a beat, and he studied them more closely. They were faded and ghost-like, but the more he looked, the more sure he was that that was indeed the message. Help me. He recoiled and stood to his full height, the toothbrush falling from his mouth and clattering to the basin. The medicine cabinet swung closed, and the reflection staring back at him was haggard and wan, its eyes wide with fear. It was seeing his own image that snapped him out of it. Jesus, he looked like he was honestly scared over something someone drew on a bathroom mirror. Untensing, he let out a sardonic chuckle and thought back to all the things Lucy had ever written on foggy mirrors while he was showering. He'd cut the spray, open the curtain, and come face to face with red rum or I'm going to eat your skin. Sometimes she'd be standing there like an artist with her latest creation, her hands behind her back and a glint in her eyes. Boo, she'd say. You're losing it, he told himself, but the back of his neck tingled regardless. He picked up the brush, rinsed it off, and put it in the holder. He cut the overhead light and started to leave, but caught the words from the corner of his eye, half revealed in the soft glow of Lucy's bedside lamp. Silly or not, his stomach flipped. Pursing his lips, he turned the sink off, cupped his hand under the flow, and splashed water onto the glass, then wiped it off with a hand towel. There, all gone. Still, as he went back into the bedroom, those two words ricocheted through his mind like bullets. Help me, help me, help me. Lucy sat up on her side of the bed, a paperback novel resting in her lap. David remembered the ledger he found in the attic, Tales of Spirits. He climbed into bed, slipped under the covers, and leaned back against the headboard. He reached for his reading glasses, put them on, and went to pick up the book, but stopped. It was gone. David blinked in confusion. He knew he left it on the table, didn't he? Yeah, he distinctly recalled laying it down next to his glasses, because he started to drop it onto his glasses, but corrected himself at the last moment for fear of breaking them. Huh. He leaned over and looked into the space between the desk and the bed, but it wasn't there. Leaning over even more, he checked behind, expecting to find it wedged between the stand and the wall, but it wasn't there either. Huh. Did you move the book I had over here? He asked over his shoulder. Lucy turned a page with a crisp sound. No, I didn't, she said. He got up and checked on the other side, thinking maybe it was knocked off and landed on the floor, but no, the floor was empty and free of clutter. Dropping to his knees, he checked under the bed and along the baseboard. The book was nowhere. Rocking back on his knees, David's forehead wrinkled in puzzlement. Maybe Lugosi took it. Walking into someone else's room and taking something without permission wasn't like him, but what was the alternative? It sprouted legs and walked off by itself. He got to his feet and went to Lugosi's door, which stood open. The boy sat hunched at his desk, writing in a notebook by lamplight. "Hey, did you take the book off my desk?" Even as he spoke the words, his doubt that Lugosi was the culprit deepened. Lugosi looked over his shoulder, arched his brows, and shook his head. "No, wasn't me." "Where the hell was it then?" "All right," David said absent-mindedly, and went back to his room. He sat on the bed and sighed. Maybe he didn't leave it on the nightstand, and maybe he overthinkingly sat it somewhere else. He mentally retraced his steps and decided that he couldn't have. He went directly from here to the dining room table, and he was certain that he didn't bring the journal with him. This didn't make sense. Tales of spirits. His head spun. No, that couldn't be it, he cautioned himself. He was jumping at shadows. He'd find it somewhere tomorrow and laugh at himself. That happened a lot. Normal part of aging. Totally and completely normal. Lugosi laid his pencil down and sat back from the desk with a burdened sigh. He was almost done with his homework and wanted to finish it, but he didn't feel good. His stomach was heavy and queasy, and a twinge above his left eye threatened to turn into a full-blown headache. He ran his fingers through his hair, which was down now, and scratched his head. He hoped he didn't have food poisoning. It could be a false memory, but now that he was thinking about it, those crab cakes he had for dinner did taste kind of funny. It was by sheer coincidence that it didn't start until they got home. He threw his head back and darted his gaze left and right. A circle of shadows pressed incessantly around the edge of the light cast by the lamp, waiting to flood hungrily in the moment it was turned off. Why did they have presence? Shadows aren't supposed to have presence. They aren't supposed to feel like they're alive. The hairs on his arms raised, and the twinge in his head flared. He rubbed his temple with his fingertips and bared his teeth against the hot, sickening pain. Usually when he had a headache, he took a long, hot shower, but the thought of standing up made him tired. He glanced at his bed, pushed flush with one wall because that's how he liked it, and wondered if his legs would ever support him long enough to get there. Only one way to find out. He puffed his cheeks and blew a slow exhalation. Wasn't he listening to music? While working on anything, be it schoolwork or housework, he did it to music. It was kind of like a numbing agent and made the sting of mundanity a little easier to bear. When he sat down, he set his iPod next to the lamp and picked his way through equations of Exodus, Metallica, Rob Zombie, and Cradle of Filth. The crashing cacophony of blistering guitars, slamming drums, and growling voices, closing out the world around him. Now silence so long it made his ears ring held sway, and had for a while. He was so focused on his work and the sickly nausea twisting through him that he must not have noticed when it stopped. He picked the iPod up and hit the button on the side, but the screen didn't light up. Ever since Mom stepped on it, it hadn't been acting right. He needed a new one, and those things weren't cheap. Dropping it back onto the desk, he drew a deep breath, got up, and went over to the bed, where he sat heavily on the edge and hung his throbbing head. It was dumb and irrational, but he was coming to really dislike this house. He tried telling himself it was being resentful over leaving the apartment, but he didn't think it was. The atmosphere didn't feel right, and the smell. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something permeated the air, so slight as to be almost indetectable. It wasn't mold or mildew or rot. It was... he didn't know, but it was really starting to bother him. That's probably where this feeling sick crap came from, not crab cakes. The sudden feeling of being watched came over him, and he looked up, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. The shadows teemed alone, not moving, but giving off the impression of motion nonetheless. A cold, steely band tightened around his heart, and his breath locked in his lungs. It was crazy, but he could sense eyes watching him from the darkness with malicious intent. Insistent feelings of being monitored and persecuted are two major symptoms of paranoid schizophrenia, and the earliest, too. No one goes from relatively normal to boarding up all their doors and windows to keep out the spy cameras overnight. It's a slow progression, one that often begins in the sufferer's teenage years, say, at 16. All the same thoughts and fears from earlier came rushing back, and his stomach clutched. He pressed his palm to his clammy forehead and tried to will them away, but couldn't. Was he going crazy? Did leaving the apartment somehow trigger an underlying mental illness? He didn't even care that much, though. If it bothered him that much subconsciously, it would have to bubble up and seep into his conscious mind at least a little. He'd have to feel the resentment gnawing in his chest, have to actively disdain the idea of moving. He did not, though. When his parents started looking for a house last year, he was largely indifferent. He was worried he'd have to change schools and leave his friends behind, but knowing how important communication is in relationships, familial or otherwise, he brought his concerns to Mom and Dad, and they readily agreed to stay in North Pine County. Problem solved. When they told him about 122 Lutz Drive, he was stoked. He wasn't exactly happy that it was so far away from the center of town. He liked being able to walk everywhere he needed or wanted to go, but Mom and Dad were pretty liberal with letting him borrow the car, so it wasn't that big a deal. Overall, he didn't mind the move. He really didn't. Something wasn't right, however, and it had to be in his head, because what else could it be? The house itself? He looked up into the writhing darkness, the feeling of being watched stronger now. He nervously licked his lips and scanned the room, certain that if he looked hard enough, he would see something. A gallery of white, ghostly faces, maybe, or Zelda from Pet. Savagely, he shut that thought out. He didn't know what to think right now, so he'd sleep on it. Best thing to do when your mind's all wound up is to let it rest and untangle. That's what Dad always said. And though it might not be cool for a 16-year-old to admit this, his father was a wise man. Cool, too, for a middle-aged guy. Lugosi kicked out of his shoes and whipped his t-shirt off, tossing it onto the floor. He weighed taking his pants off, but didn't have the energy, so he stretched out on top of the blanket. He realized he left the lamp on, but he wasn't getting up to turn it off, even if he had the energy. Placing his hands over his chest, he stared up at the ceiling and waited for sleep to take him, certain that he would lie awake and plagued by self-doubt. Instead, he dropped off in minutes. On the desk, the lamp went dark with a click, and the shadows rushed in. On his second night in his new home, David Wallace woke suddenly in the dark, his heart pounding and his naked torso slathered in cold sweat. Normally, he swam gradually and reluctantly from the depths of sleep, but not now. It was as though a switch had been thrown. 1 second he was unconscious, the next he was fully awake, his mind clear and his eyes wide open. The dream he was having before rousing lingered in his brain like morning fog, and for a moment he entered it, his eyes squinting slightly in concentration. It was so vivid he could still feel the soft, cool dirt under his feet, the stale wind against his face, the splintered banister trailing his palm as he descended the basement stairs, drawn to a section of wall like steel to a magnet. The barrier was not meant to be crossed. A voice rasped from his right, and his heart crushed in terror. Bright red light shone through the cracks between the stones, and the smell of decay swept into his nostrils. His heart thundered, and his knees trembled. Something was in the wall, and it wanted out. That was when he opened his eyes and crossed into the land of the living. A tingle raced down his spine, and the night grew malevolent, the darkness hostile. He glanced at the clock on the nightstand, the soft green glow putting him in mind of corpse light, whatever that was. 3 a.m. He turned to Lucy. She lay on her side, the blanket pulled halfway to her bare shoulder. Her back gently rose and fell, Taking a deep breath, David sat up and swung his legs out from under the cover. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he raked his hand through his hair and swallowed against his sandpaper throat. The heavy feeling of dread from the dream remained with him as he stopped his hand mid-reach for the lamp, surprised at the panic beginning to claw at his soul. He was a grown man, almost 40, but in that moment he was a small child again, too afraid of the dark and what it hid, to even move, lest he attract something's attention. He imagined a twisted-faced ghoul hiding under the bed, its hooked fingers creeping across the floor toward his bare, unguarded ankle, and caustic terror erupted in his chest. He hurriedly snapped the lamp on, filling the room with soft amber light, and forced himself to stay where he was instead of blasting up and running aimlessly away. In his mind's eye, he saw himself fleeing not out the front door, but into the basement. The urge to get up and go down there gripped him, and he almost stood, but stayed himself. Just to check, a voice in his head seemed to say. Make sure everything's okay. But it was okay. His dream was just that, a dream. There was nothing down there, nothing hidden behind the stonework. He went back to the red light filtering through the cracks, pulsating like the throb of a beating heart. He could distinctly feel its heat on his cheeks, could hear the low, teeth-vibrating thrum that accompanied it like a vampire's trusty familiar, could even smell it, a ripe, sickly sweet odor like rotting meat. What was that? Nothing. It was nothing. A dream. Dreams don't make very much sense sometimes, and this was one of those times. When Sharon, the realtor, showed him and Lucy the house, he was uneasy down there. He didn't know why, but he was, so it only seemed right that he would have a nightmare about it. No, he knew exactly what it was. Symbolic of his worries that something was wrong with the house. It wasn't a pressing concern, especially after checking the attic and finding it sound. But it was undeniably in the back of his mind. 1,000,001 things can go wrong with a house the size of theirs, and his brain took that anxiety and turned it into a nightmare in which something was wrong, something he could neither fix nor explain. Talk about scary. Feeling a little better, he got up and started into the hallway, but remembered that he and Lucy had their own bathroom now, and went to turn around, but kept going instead, his feet carrying him to the top of the stairs, as if of their own volition. At the top, he stared down in the sea of shadows below, his hands tightening around the rail. Just check. Go and check. Maybe something's wrong. Those thoughts came from the ether, and he licked his dry lips. It was almost like they came not from within, but from without, spoken by an external source. A dark siren's call that his body yearned with feverish intensity to follow. Was he still dreaming? The possibility seemed remote, but the moment it occurred to him, he knew that it must be so. He was lost in the folds of another nightmare, this one more vivid than the last. He crossed the bathroom on numb feet, used it, and went back to bed, his chest tingling with a sensation of the uncanny. Just a dream, he told himself. It's all just a dream. He closed his eyes and sleep took him almost instantly. Deep below, in the basement, a thin, pulsing red light bathed the walls in an eerie glow. Chapter 4. Lugosi dragged through Monday morning in a state of listlessness that was completely unlike him. Some guys are zombies when they first wake up, and for hours afterwards, but not him. He greeted each day like SpongeBob SquarePants, bursting with positive energy and ready for whatever life threw at him. Alright, that wasn't exactly true, but he never, ever shuffled around like a corpse. Today, he did. Sitting in second period math, staying awake was a struggle, and keeping his head up took so much effort he almost collapsed. He didn't know why he felt so drained. He got at least 7 hours of sleep the night before, but he was, and he didn't like it. At lunch, he bought a Monster from the vending machine next to the bathroom and drank it slowly, consciously trying to embed and utilize every single molecule of energy in it. Instead, he gave himself indigestion. Sitting at the cool kids' table and fighting to stay awake, he gazed across the lunchroom and people watched. The jocks laughed and roasted each other. The homeboys blared rap from their phones, and the skaters yawned. Maybe I'll just put my head down and... Ramona Santiago came out of stage left, a tray in her hand, and sat at an empty table facing the double doors to the gym. She looked angry as always, her brows low, and her eyes seething with evident disdain for life. Picking up her fork, she crossed her legs, tossed her hair, and stabbed a piece of Salisbury steak like it just insulted her mother. He could feel her from here, a dark, crackling tide of negative energy. He felt it flowing into him, and a deep frown creased his face. I should just stay here and let her be. Too tired to play rent-a-friend. On second thought, getting my ass verbally and maybe physically kicked might wake me up a little. Getting up, he walked over, ducking around a kid in a striped shirt. The closer he got, the more powerful her aura was. It filled him like gas filling an empty tank, and the strangest sensation overcame him. Tingling, invigorating. She glanced up as he sat across the table, her mouth stopping in mid-chew, and her eyes narrowing dangerously. Her effervescence rolled off of her like heat from a fire, metaphorically warming Lugosi's flesh, and emotions that were not his own surged through him, chiefly among them fear. Dull and muted, but fear nonetheless. Afraid. She was afraid of him. That didn't come as a surprise. He'd already pegged her as being scared shitless of people because perhaps people treated her poorly in the past. A sharp pang of sympathy rippled through him, and he seriously considered getting up and leaving her alone. He couldn't, though. Call him what you want, but he wasn't the kind of person to walk around and leave someone lying on the ground in a pool of blood, even if that blood was symbolic and they were sitting up rather than lying down. Swallowing hard, she took a deep breath through her nose. What the fuck is your problem? She demanded. You got a crush on me? Your boyfriend's not doing it for you? On the surface, she wanted him to go away. He felt that as he felt warm autumn sunshine on his back. Deep down, though, he didn't think she did. Just wanted to say hi, he said. You look kinda lonely over here. He lifted his arms to indicate the vast, empty table around them. I'm not, she said. She darted her eyes to her tray and grabbed another piece of beef with her fork. She looked up at him and rolled her eyes. Go away. Go away. I don't hang with fags. For some reason, that made Lugosi laugh. Maybe he was a masochist. Come on, you don't even know me. I might be pretty cool. You're not. Ow. She slipped her fork into her mouth and chewed, looking pointedly down at her food. Lugosi watched her and tried to come up with a response. Would it be best to be straightforward or to beat around the bush? He mentally flipped a coin. Heads, small talk. Tails, he'd get serious. It spun through the air and came down on tails. Well, if you insist. You really care what people think about you, don't you? He asked. Ramona tensed and looked at him. No, she said. I don't give a shit what people think about me. Now leave me alone. Only that was a lie. She did. She cared what they thought about her teeth and her ratty clothing, cared when they made fun of her, cared far, far more than she should. Ignoring the last part, he nodded. Good. You shouldn't. People can be cruel sometimes, and judgmental. And stuff like that, don't let them get to you. She furrowed her brows and tilted her head to one side in confusion. Who the fuck are you? Dr. Phil? No, he said. I'm just a guy who wants to be your friend. For a moment, she gaped at him, then laughed in the back of her throat. So you do have a crush on me? What a loser. I'd rather lick the bathroom floor than go out with you. I'm being serious, he said. I just want to be friends. Hey, we don't even have to be actual friends, just acquaintances. Why? She asked. Because your bullying's getting to me, and I want you to stop, he said, and grinned to show that he was joking. I figure if we're cool, you'll leave me alone. Stop hitting me with those nasty zingers. Ramona shook her head and went back to her lunch. After a moment, Lugosi asked, How long have you worked at Home Depot? She ignored him. 2 years? Ignored. 1? Ignored. Saturday was your first day? 6 months, she sighed. Okay, I've been working there 6 months. He sensed he was wearing her down. At this rate, they'd be chatting excitedly about cute boys in no time. Cool, he said with a nod. Do you like it? It's fine, she grumbled, and took a bite of her food. Now we're really making headway. See how she replied clearly and directly to my question? Did you choose to work in the garden department, or did they just stick you in there? She sipped her milk and glowered down at her tray. Chose. Maybe it was imagination, but her face seems to waver in uncertainty, as though she were fighting a battle with herself and starting to lose. I like being outside. Makes sense, Lugosi said. I'd rather be outside too. My dad works in an office and I pity the guy so hard. Sitting at a desk? Yeah, no. Something occurred to him. Do you like gardening and stuff? Like, in your free time? That's a reasonable assumption to make, right? Maybe she just wanted to be outside, or maybe she was into plants and stuff. Lugosi had a fern once. He called it Freddy. You know, Freddy the Fern. Yeah, it was lame, but whatever. Anyway, it died after, 2 weeks. Dipping her forks into her mashed potatoes, Ramona sighed. If you want to ask me out, grow the balls and fucking do it so I can turn you down already. I'm not trying to ask you out, I promise, he said. I just want to get to know you better. Why? Lugosi didn't have an easy answer for that, so he spread his hands. Why not? She very easily could have gotten up and left, but she didn't. Surly or not, her staying where she was told him that he was right in his assessment. She was scared of people, but way down deep in her soul, she still cultivated a spark-like flicker of hope. Lugosi's pity grew, and he found himself wondering if teasing was the only bad thing people have done to her. Sighing, she shook her head. Whatever. She picked up her roll, broke it into 2, then ate one piece, looking down at her tray. For a moment, Lugosi didn't speak. Then, what do you do for fun, besides pick on people? Nothing, she said, mouth full and voice muffled. So you just pick on people? He leaned forward and folded his arms on the edge of the table. I don't really do that, but I can try. He glanced over his shoulder, spotted Paul watching him quizzically, as if to say, why are you hanging out with Ramona the bitch, and waved. Hey, Paul, I don't like your shirt. Paul looked confused. He wore a plaid short-sleeve button-up, the likes of which he wore every day. Lugosi turned to Ramona, who favored him with a blank stare, and grinned. See? Got him. That's not how you pick on someone, she said. Lugosi blinked as if in surprise. He knew that, but come on, he couldn't go too hard. Sure it is, he said. His grandmother bought him that shirt, and he loves his grandma, so that was pretty devastating. He hoped she'd buy it, but from the look on her face, she didn't. Yeah, I'm not really good at picking on people. Sorry, I tried. Rolling her eyes, Ramona turned in her seat and faced the cool kids' table. Hey, Fatso, she called. There was no doubt she was talking to Caden. He glanced over his shoulder and she tilted her head back. Nice breasts. His face turned red and he whipped away, fat jiggling under his gray t-shirt. Lugosi winced because, wow, that was fucking harsh. Ramona turned to Lugosi and smirked coldly. That's how you pick on someone. That was brutal, Lugosi admitted. You know, he's really sensitive about his weight. That kind of stuff really hurts his feelings. Ramona shrugged. I don't give a fuck. Why, though? She opened her mouth to reply, seems to reconsider, then looked back down at her tray. Just leave me alone, she mumbled. I don't need your pity. Lugosi flinched. Well, yes, he did pity her, but that was beside the point. I don't pity you, he lied soberly. How should he continue? I was serious when I said you looked kind of lonely over here. You don't really want to hang out with anyone, and you seem alright. I mean, you come up with some pretty sick barbs. That means you're quick. He tapped his temple. Quick people are cool. It comes naturally, she said. He could sense rather than see her flush of pride. You make good grades? She shrugged. In subjects I like. What do you like? She thought for a moment. Anything but math. I fucking hate math. I'm not huge on math either, Lugosi said. I like English class. He nodded to himself. English class is okay. Ramona lifted one shoulder. You never answered my question earlier. Do you like gardening and stuff? For fun? She picked up the other half of her roll and regarded it thoughtfully. Yes, she finally said. I like gardening. That's cool, Lugosi said. I had a fern once. It died. I don't know what I did wrong. Lifting her brow, she asked, Did you water it? Yeah, Lugosi said. All the time, like 5 times a day, maybe 6. Ramona stared at him. You overwatered it, retard, she said. I did? Lugosi asked dumbly. She flashed a tight-lipped smile and gave a slow, patronizing nod. Yes, you're not supposed to water them that much. You basically drown it. Oh, he had no idea a plant could drown. People and animals, yeah, but vegetation? Well, actually, yeah, that did make sense, but it's not like he held it underwater or anything. I didn't mean to, he said. Yeah, well, that doesn't bring it back. It's still dead. The corner of her mouth twitched up into something resembling a smile, at the death of a plant, or at his stupidity he didn't know. I know, he said, and hung his head in contrition. I feel like shit about it. Before she could respond, if she was going to, the bell rang, signifying the end of lunch. He glanced up at her, and their eyes fleetingly met. In hers, he glimpsed a swirling mixture of confusion, trepidation, and... was that mirth? Looked like it, like maybe she enjoyed hanging out with him. All right, it's been real, he said, and got to his feet. She tracked him with her gaze. A skittish dog still expecting a blow even after being fed and petted. That made Lugosi feel even worse for her. Maybe we can hang out tomorrow. By way of reply, she got up, grabbed her tray, and walked away. David sat in his armchair with his leg propped on his knee and his arms crossed over his shoulder, his eyes staring sightlessly at the TV set, where Nora O'Donnell read the day's events on the CBS Evening News. Lucy was curled up on the couch with a paperback novel, and Lugosi was in his room. At least David assumed that was where he was. He vanished after dinner, and David hadn't seen him since. The living room was a pool of shadows held at bay by the flicker of the television screen and by the warm, muted light of Lucy's lamp. The empty bookshelf stood against the wall, flanking the entrance to the dining room. Boxes of books and DVDs stacked next to it. Neither he nor Lucy had the gumption to do much unpacking today. They both worked, and the idea of manual labor daunted them. Well, that wasn't exactly the truth. David didn't know how or why, but he had the strangest urge to dig. He couldn't say he'd ever felt the need to stick a blade into the soft earth simply for the hell of it, but right now he thrummed with energy like a high-tension wire. and the most beautiful thought he could muster was of him holding the splintered handle of a shovel in his hands and feeling the vibrations racing up his arms as the head slammed against a rock. A shiver went down his spine, and he shifted uncomfortably. His mind flashed back to the dream he had the night before, the one where seething red light spilled through the cracks of the stones in the basement. Even though he knew there was nothing behind the cellar wall, he was compelled to go down there and see for himself, to run his fingers over rough rock, dig his nails into the earthen mortar, to pull. A frown creased his lips, and he opened, then closed his fingers. They ached, literally ached, to rend soil and stone. On TV, two teenage girls, hands cuffed behind their back, were led into a courthouse by police in Stetsons and sunglasses. Their gazes were downcut and their faces crisscrossed with cuts and abrasions, one brunette and roughly 17, the other blonde and 12-ish. Murdered their captors in self-defense. The body of one, however, shows signs of torture that police say cast their story in doubt. "This is really nice," Lucy said, rousing David from his reprieve. She stared at him over the arm of the couch, her mouth turned up in a tiny smile that somehow still managed to light up her face. "It is," David said. Despite the bizarre and incessant urge to dig, it was nice. They'd passed 1,000 evenings like this, but here in their dream home, it was different, more satisfying. "It'll be even better when we're all unpacked." The boxes in the living room weren't the only ones still hanging around. There were a few in their bedroom, 2 in the kitchen, and a few they shoved into the upstairs half-closet to get out of the way. Towels, extra linens, things of that nature. "I know," she said. "I'm putting in for some time off." She glanced down at her book with a guilty expression. "I'm kind of savoring it. Once we're moved in, it won't be so new and exciting anymore." David chuckled. She wasn't wrong. "We can't stay packed up forever," he pointed out. "We won't," Lucy said. "Hopefully it'll be done by the end of the week. Maybe Monday, depending on when they approve me, which they probably will." "Maybe we can grill out this weekend," David suggested. Lucy hummed thoughtfully. "Maybe." Later, after they made love in their own bed, David lay awake, staring into the darkness, Lucy's head and hand resting on his naked chest. The gentle evenness of her breathing told him she was asleep. The ball of hot need that had knotted in his chest all evening was gone, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw the cellar wall painted across the backs of his eyelids, that strange, eerie light throbbing like hellfire. Several times as he laid there, he almost broke and went down there, just to see. Of course, he'd find nothing. It was just a dream. But feelings are irrational things, and sometimes strong, too. Right now, he wanted to go downstairs and see for himself if there was a red glow permeating his basement. That was the end of it. What else could he say? At some point, he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. His mind drifted on dark tides. Then, all at once, he snapped, instantly awake, his mind clear and his eyes wide. In the night, Lucy rolled off of him and curled up on her side, facing the closet door, which stood ajar, even though he distinctly remembered closing it earlier. He glanced at the clock on the nightstand. 3 a.m. Again. Sighing, he drew himself to a sitting position and tilted his head back. The urge to go into the basement returned, stronger this time, pulsing in the center of his chest like a malignant tumor, and he blew a sharp puff of air through his teeth. He knew it was stupid. He knew it was an exercise in futility. But he swung his legs out from under the covers and got up regardless, finding his way into the hall by the light of the harvest moon. He snapped the light on, filling the second floor with weak amber brilliance, then went down the stairs, stepping carefully like a boy sneaking out to see his girlfriend, or to inject tokes of weed with his buddies. He crossed to the darkened living room and into the kitchen, flipping the switch as he went. Standing before the basement door, linoleum cool under his feet, he sighed, feeling like the biggest jackass in the world. There was nothing down there. A water heater, an old furnace, some rocks. That was all. Even so, he reached out, unlatched the door, and flipped the switch on. Nothing. Darkness reigned supreme. No, this is nothing like every horror movie I've ever seen. His resolve flagged, but he forced himself on anyway. You're gonna see once and for all that there's nothing behind the wall, and then you're gonna go back to bed, okay? Sure. Taking a deep breath like a man preparing to jump into icy water, he went down the stairs. His passage swirling dust, and his weight making the treads creak underfoot. At the bottom, thin, silvery moonlight fell through the slit window on the far wall and painted the cellar in a cold, corpsey half-glow. He hesitated, and his heart began to inexplicably race. Why does it feel so much different down here? The atmosphere in the rest of the house was light and buoyant, but here it was heavy and cold, like the hand of a living cadaver pressing against your chest, squeezing the air from your lungs. His fingers closed unconsciously around the banister, and his eyes shifted to the wall. It stood, dark and cold, the spectral luminescence of the moon casting it in shadows, like the face of a freshly risen ghoul. It pulled him forward, as if by magnetism, and he stepped off of the tread, the sole of his foot sinking into cold dirt. His heart thudded, and dread coiled in the pit of his stomach like a sea serpent. He let go of the railing and crossed slowly to the wall. He stopped when he was close enough to touch it, and gazed into the cracks around the stones, seeing only darkness. Nothing. Go back to bed. He started to turn, but froze when a damp draft of air washed over his face from seemingly nowhere, the sound of it rushing through the cracks like the chilling whisper of voices drifting from the black recesses of an open crypt. He frowned, reaching out, and ran his fingers over one of the stones. It was cool and rough to the touch. Something had to be back there. Otherwise, where was the wind coming from? The realtor did say that the house was built in the 20s, smack dab in the middle of Prohibition. Gangsters, highwaymen, and crooks did a brisk business smuggling hooch in from Canada. Maybe the original owner, what was his damn name again, imported illegal booze and kept it in a secret room behind the basement wall. It would make sense, especially being so close to the Canadian border. He lingered for a moment, then broke away and went back upstairs. In the morning, he would not be able to tell if it really happened, or if he was only dreaming. After dinner, Lugosi retreated to his room and tried to do his homework, but the pervasive feeling of being watched broke his concentration. He constantly looked over his shoulder, but nothing was ever there, save for the shadows that seemed to perpetually nest in the corners. He could almost believe that it was them watching him, waiting, plotting, biding their time until he was asleep. He also had something else on his mind. Ramona. He'd been thinking of her all evening. She was a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, and though he couldn't explain why, he was compelled to learn her secrets. Earlier, at the end of the school day, he went to get on the bus, but stopped when he spotted her in a crowd of kids making their way down the sidewalk, her head bowed and her books pressed to her chest. During lunch, he felt a pull toward her, and now it was stronger, tugging incessantly at him, an urgent grasp. He glanced indecisively between her and the bus. It'd be a long walk home, but the urge to follow her was strong indeed. Making up his mind, he went after her, weaving through kids until he caught up to her at the corner. She looked up at him and rolled her eyes. "Please go away," she begged. Only her lips did not move. Her voice, however, sounded as clearly as though she had spoken. Her friendly smile faltered, and for a beat he was completely taken aback, then recovered when she threw back her head and groaned. Why do you keep bothering me? She asked, a strained edge in her voice. I'm not, he lied. I live down this way too, just trying to get home. That was not untrue. He did technically live in the same direction she was walking. Way, way, way in that direction. You're full of shit, she said. You're either into me or you're trying some kind of sick game. They were crossing the street now, a line of cars idling at the light. Game? He asked, genuinely confused. What kind of game could I be playing? One that involves me getting hurt. Again, her lips didn't move, but he heard her as though they had. What do you mean? He thought. But what do you mean, what do I mean? She asked, aloud, not noticing that he hadn't actually spoken. Or maybe he had. Wasn't he going crazy? I don't want to hurt you, he said casually, because, hey, he didn't. She whipped her head up and narrowed her eyes to suspicious slits. What? He asked innocently. She started to reply, then turned away and started walking faster. He sped up to match her pace and wondered if she actually said that last part, or if he was imagining shit. Given the events of the past couple days, he couldn't entirely discount the possibility. Why are you doing this? She demanded sharply. I told you, I want to be friends. You don't even know me. Lugosi shrugged. That's why I'm trying to find out more about you. You can't make friends with someone if you don't interact with them. Ramona sighed. Look, I'm serious, okay? He said. I'm not asking you to put all your trust in me or anything, just shoot the breeze. Slumping her shoulders into defeat, she said. Fine. Great, Lugosi said with a grin. They walked together for 5 blocks and made small talk along the way. The atmosphere surrounding her, dark and oppressive when he first approached her, seemed to lighten the farther they went. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and though it might sound crazy, he didn't think they were his. They came from her. None fully formed, but rather vague sensations. He pieced them together and arrived at the conclusion that he was wearing her down, and it annoyed her. What's that term for a Japanese girl who's a bitch but likes you? Parker used it all the time. Man, that chick's a real... Lugosi couldn't remember. Laundry? At a side street, she stopped. All right, there, she said. We interacted. Lugosi nodded. Yeah, we did. And now I'm going home. Okay. She lifted her brow, then turned away. Bye, he said. For a moment, she didn't speak. Then, bye. Presently, he pondered the way he felt her aura and picked up on her thoughts. Maybe he was overthinking. Maybe he was going crazy. He didn't know, and right now he was more confused than he ever had been in his life. He did know one thing for sure. He was drawn to Ramona Santiago, and perhaps she was right, and he was into her. Chapter 5. Lucy had been working at her current job for nearly 10 years, and in that time she'd taken only 2 days off. Once Lugosi had the flu at 9, and again when she herself had it 2 years ago. She was not overly dedicated to her work, but as the years progressed and her personal days accumulated, she decided that she wanted to keep them on hand in case she really needed them at some point. Now was that point. She put in for a week and was quickly approved, which gave her ample time to get the house organized. Thursday morning, after David and Lugosi left, one to work and the other to school, she sat at the kitchen table and sipped coffee while absently staring out at the steely lake. The dream she'd had the night before came back to her, and her heart started to race again. In it, she was a little girl again, alone in her tiny room save for the ghostly light of the moon spilling through the window. Her parents were arguing again. Mom shrieked like an angry cat, and Dad roared in response. Lucy sat up in bed, hugging herself tightly, chills racking her tiny body, but she wasn't afraid of them. Not even when a muffled thump rang out and Mom wailed in pain. She was afraid of something else. The closet door swung open, and a shock of fright straight down her spine. Lucy's little heart pounded. She tried to scream for her mother and father, but no sounds came. The closet was a pitch of blackness. She couldn't see it, but she knew what was in there. Who was in there? A shadow broke free and emerged, 7 feet tall, broad shoulders, glowing eyes, glistening fangs that shimmered in the moonlight. Boogeyman. Lucy's heart stopped pounding. Her lungs stopped heaving. Her eyes widened and a wheeze escaped her throat. She couldn't move, couldn't think, could only sit there as Boogeyman came for her, his movements slow, deliberate, spider-like. He stepped into the light, and when Lucy saw his face, she screamed so loud she woke herself up. Even now, hours later and in the light of day, her terrible visage haunted her. His yellow eyes strained from their sockets, fevered and unblinking with madness. His crooked teeth crowded a smiling, lipless mouth. Bloody pieces of spoiled meat clung to his skull. He opened his mouth and screamed, too. And as she lay in bed beside her husband, trapped between worlds like a fly between window panes, Lucy broke down, crying. She took a sip from her mug. Her hands were shaking. It was just a dream. That was all. But why did she still feel the oppressive darkness and sense of danger that she felt as Boogeyman fell on her? Why wasn't it going away? She shuddered. Finishing her coffee, she got up, rinsed it in the sink, and set it on the drying rack. Through the window, the day was gray and damp, the thin autumn rain making ripples in the surface of the lake. She normally liked rainy days. They were perfect for snuggling up with a book or taking a nap. But right now, something about the weather struck her as ominous. Drawing a deep sigh, she went into the living room and knelt next to the box of books and movies. She opened the flaps, grabbed a stack of DVDs, and carried them over to the shelf, where she arranged them according to the genre: horror, drama, comedy, and children's. They didn't have very many of the latter anymore, but she held on to Lugosi's childhood favorites out of nostalgia. She went back to the box, picked up another, and turned to take it to the bookshelf, but stopped when a strange tingling sensation reminiscent of pins and needles filled her skull. She stiffened, and the DVDs fell from her hand. Hissing through clenched teeth, pressed her fingertips to her temples, and grimaced in pain as her ears began to ring. An image flashed across her mind, pulsing red light, and something raked across her brain like the tentative ghosting of fingertips, exploring, testing, looking for a way in. Just as suddenly as it started, it was over. The fingers yanking away as if from something unexpectedly hot. Dizziness came over her, and her knees went weak. She started to pitch forward, but shot out her hand and caught herself on the bookcase, leaning heavily on it for support. Her breathing came in hot gasps, and a trembling shudder ran through her body. Something tried to get in. Something tried to get in. She didn't know what that meant, but something tried to get in. Shaking, Lucy pushed away from the bookshelf and made her way into the kitchen, where she poured herself another cup of coffee with trembling hands, spilling some on the counter. She sat at the table and took a drink, the hot liquid doing little to warm the ice settled in her bones. On edge. She was just on edge. But that wasn't true. She knew it in her heart. A stir of whispers swirled around in her brain. Voices from without. Voices that did not originate with her. Evil. Danger. Fear. She looked around the kitchen, her grip tightening on the mug. What was it? A ghost? No. It was something else. Something worse. She threw a nervous glance over her shoulder. The kitchen stood empty save for the shade of dirty gray light falling through the windows centered in the back door. Maybe she was paranoid now, but she didn't feel like she was alone. She could sense a dark presence nearby, a vague, queasy stirring at the base of her spine. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe she was losing her marbles. And maybe she wasn't. She set her cup in the sink. A glass and ceramic cross was pinned to the kitchen wall next to the phone. She took it and searched the living room and the parlor, the latter devoid of furniture. She snapped on every light as she went, taking heart even though they afforded no real protection. She checked in every nook and cranny, but found nothing, so went upstairs, her dread rising with every step she took. At the top, she started down the hall, her resolve wavering. She forged ahead anyway, staring in hers and David's room. Her heart raced as she opened the closet and knelt beside the bed to peer underneath. She found nothing. No ghosts, no ghouls, no vampires, nothing but solitude. After Lugosi's room, she went into the attic with a flashlight. Nothing there either. Back in the kitchen, she dropped into a chair and took a deep breath. That was everywhere. Her eyes went to the basement door, and her stomach dropped. When the realtor first showed them the house, she noticed a certain atmosphere in the cellar. Dank, stale, heavy, like a wet woolen blanket. She didn't practically like it, but she ascribed it to the area being dusty, closed up and underground. She hadn't been back down there since they moved in, and now that she thought about it, she realized that she may have been intentionally avoiding it. Was something down there? Slowly, cautiously, like a woman staring down a dangerous animal in a corner, Lucy got to her feet, her grip on the cross tightening. The arms bit painfully into the padding of her palm, and the scraping of the chair legs against the linoleum put her uncomfortably in mind of a crypt door being opened from the inside. She hesitated a moment, then crossed to the door, her steps small and reluctant. She reached out, unlatched it, and swung it open, a stale draft pushing the coppery scent of earth into her nostrils. She listened, hearing nothing, and, taking a deep breath, she started down, the trends growing underfoot. Gray half-light filled the space like ash, and at the bottom of the stairs, she stopped and cast an anxious look around. Shadows nestled in the corners, and cobwebs blew in the damp draft. First, she checked behind the stairs, then in the space between the wall and the hot water heater, then crossed to the other side and peeked into the furnace. Its inside cold, dead, and caked with the soot of fires past. She found no signs of anything, natural or otherwise. Even so, the back of her neck burned with a sensation of being watched. She turned in a semicircle, but if something was there, she could not see it. Before she knew she was speaking, she said, "I know you're here. What do you want?" No response, nothing moving. It was here, though. She could sense it. Haunted. Her new home was haunted. She let out a humorless laugh and threaded her fingers through her hair. Isn't that just like life? To take something beautiful and happy and fuck it over? Inexplicable tears filled her eyes, and she almost broke down. She was so excited for this, and now? She took a deep breath and got control of herself. Ghosts were real. She believed that with every fiber of her being. The number of reports throughout human history were far too many to ignore. What exactly they were, however, eluded her. Some believe that ghosts are conscious spirits, while others posit that they are simply echoes rippling through the fabric of reality. When you witness a ghost walking down a hallway, you are seeing something that happened at some point in the past. Imagine pressing your head into a foam mattress and leaving an imprint. There's your ghost. Whatever they may be, they cannot search your minds the way this did. But demons could. The fridge kicked on with a low hum, and she jumped. A sharp exclamation burst from her throat. She pushed away from the door and went to the counter, where she had left her phone. She picked it up, swiped her thumb across the screen, and dialed a number. There might be a demon in her home, or soaked into the very ground upon which it was built, but it would not be there for long. David Wallace passed Thursday afternoon in a state of restlessness, his fingers drumming on the surface of his desk and his mind far away. He was normally open and affable with his co-workers, but today he was sullen and quiet, replying to their jests, greetings, and small talk with surly monosyllables. Bill from accounting insisted on showing him pictures of his niece and nephew at the water cooler, and David tolerated it with strained patience, outwardly smiling but inwardly wondering if he could stab Bill in the eye with a pencil and pass it off as an accident. At noon, he went into the day room to fetch his lunch from the refrigerator, a tuna sandwich and bag of chips in a brown paper bag, and found it squished by pasta and sauce in a Tupperware container. "Oh, there's no room here. Let me set it on top of someone else's food." Flashing, he snatched the container out of the fridge and threw it into the trash, taking savage satisfaction when the lid came off and the contents spilled out. "Fuck you, prick. Eat your spaghetti from the garbage." He snatched his lunch, slammed the door, and went back to his desk. As he ate, he turned the previous night's events over and over in his head, worrying, gnawing at his chest like the teeth of a rodent chewing its way through soft, pink insulation. It started as a dream. He was shuffling warily through a tilted hallway, his heart slamming. At the end was a door. He went through it and emerged in the basement of the Lutz Drive house. The earthen floor was cold underfoot, the air stale and soft, throbbing red light filtering out around the edges of the stone comprising the wall. His fear drained away, and in its place came the stillest, deepest peace he had ever known. 1,000 whispering voices swirled around him like a stir of echoes, and while he couldn't understand them, they were soothing nevertheless. Someone, or something, handed him a pickaxe, and his feet carried him to the wall, the light bathing him in warm glow. That's when he woke up. Standing before the stone wall in the darkened basement, a pickaxe he'd never seen before clutched in his hands. For a moment, the line between sleep and consciousness blurred, and he didn't know whether he was still dreaming or not. Then, with a start, he realized that he was indeed awake, and he stumbled back, the axe dropping from his hands and landing in the dirt with a soft thud. The light was gone, if it had ever been there to begin with, but he could still feel it on his face like a sunburn. The voices were also absent, the cellar silent save for the ragged pants of his own breath. His peace and tranquility departed, replaced by superstitious panic, and he fled up the stairs, falling halfway up and banging his shin on one of the treads. In the kitchen, he made a pot of coffee and waited at the table, his body shaking and his spirit in turmoil. He sleepwalked every once in a blue moon, but something about this time didn't feel right. In fact, he wasn't even entirely sure where the line of demarcation between sleep and wakefulness lay. He thought he woke just before running, but as he ran it through his mind, he didn't know if he did or not. Maybe he would awake sooner. And the pickaxe. He and Lucy didn't even own a pickaxe, or a shovel, or any tools. They just moved from an apartment, for Christ's sake. Why would they need any of that stuff? Their landlord did all the shoveling and pickaxing for them. He could have grabbed it from a shadowy corner of the basement where it was left 3 or even 4 owners ago, but he knew for a fact that there was no pickaxe down there. Yet he came awake holding one. Or did he? He honestly didn't know. He was so confused he didn't know anything except that the urge to go back down there, pick up the axe, and start digging at the wall to reveal the source of that wonderful, comforting light was so strong he jittered. After his 3rd cup of coffee, he was fortified enough to make it upstairs, his chest filled with yearning. There was nothing in the wall. The light was entirely in his head, but the impulse only grew as he lay in bed. He tossed, turned, and vainly sought sleep, finding questions, fears, and suspicions instead. Before dawn, he fell into a fitful sleep, from which he woke an hour later, edgy and tired. The urge to dig came back like a hammer blast, and as he stood in the kitchen making his lunch, he almost gave in, almost threw off his jacket, undid his tie, and went down into the cellar. The axe would be where he left it, The stones would be loose enough that it shouldn't take much work. Instead, he went to work, and ever since the dark compulsion had been steadily intensifying, his every cell crying out for him to dig. He had never been addicted to drink or drug, but he imagined that this was how a crackhead felt as he jonesed for a hit. And though he told himself that he would not give in, that he had no reason to tear out the wall in the basement, he knew that as soon as he got home, he was going to, whether he wanted to or not. After lunch, he and the rest of the department attended a meeting in the conference room, and while the CFO droned over the flowcharts and PowerPoints, David daydreamed, envisioning the heady moment the tip of the axe struck the first stone. He could feel the vibrations of the impact running up his arms, could hear the musical clink of that initial strike. He didn't care what was behind the wall. If anything, the intoxicating act of digging became the only thing that mattered. By the end of the day, he trembled with need, his right eye twitching and lending him the appearance of a tweaker going into withdrawals. He rushed out to the car, ignoring banal fare thee wells and see you tomorrow, Davy boy. In the lobby, Jack the security guard sat behind the front desk, his hands in his lap and a dumb expression on his face. David and Jack went to school together and got along well, but when Jack told him to have a good day, David almost snapped at him. Why can't anyone leave me alone? Outside, the day was overcast and cold, a chilly wind sweeping across the parking lot. He didn't notice it as he crossed the car, didn't notice the pickup slamming on its brakes and honking as he walked in front of it. Noticed nothing but the throbbing need in the pit of his stomach. He unlocked the driver's side door and slipped in behind the wheel, starting the engine. Neglecting his seatbelt, he backed up, spun the wheel, and set a course for home, his fingers gripping the wheel so tight that his knuckles turned a bloodless shade of white. He resembled a man in a trance and pulled into his driveway with no memory of getting there. He parked by the front door, got out, and went inside. He did not notice the change in atmosphere when he crossed the threshold, but his step faltered, nevertheless. Not now. A toneless voice spoke from the center of his head. Wait. Lucy. She couldn't know. He wasn't sure where this information came from or why, but he did not question it. The ball of desire in his stomach unclenched, and the intensity of his longing lessened. Later. Later, dig. Dig later. Dig tonight. Tonight, he mumbled dazedly to himself. Tonight. He was cracking up. Friedrich Nietzsche warns that he who fought monsters must take care that he himself did not become a monster, and from the time he was a child, Lugosi Wallace studied to fight monsters. Now, at 16, he was rapidly morphing into one, his mind crumbling like an archaic piece of masonry and choking dust fogging his brain. Since Tuesday night, voices whispered on an endless loop from the center of his skull, sometimes so low as to be inaudible, and sometimes so loud he couldn't hear over them. They insulted him, commented on everything he did, often critically, and chanted for him to kill, kill, kill. Losing control of his mind, being a hostage of mental illness, was the one thing that truly terrified him. And now it was coming to pass, and every waking moment, aching fear throbbed in his chest. He did his best to hide it from his parents, but it was beginning to show. In the bathroom mirror that Thursday morning, his face was pale and his features haggard, his dark eyes pooled with fevered sickness. Crazy. You're going crazy. You're gonna hurt someone. Father killer. Father killer. Father killer. Water spilled down his cheeks, and he fisted his hands to his temples. Shut up. Just shut up. Monday night, he dreamed of murdering his parents, standing amidst a field of carnage with an axe in his hand, panting, blood soaked into the living room floor and splattered across the walls, body parts strewn across like the after effects of a grisly temper tantrum. He watched himself from outside, a spectator, and when the other Lugosi lifted his head, he sat bolt upright in bed with a scream locked in his throat. The face he saw was recognizably his own, but harder, colder, his thin lips pulled back from his teeth in a mad smile, and his eyes burning with sadistic glee. After that, he was too afraid to sleep, and passed the rest of the long satanic night in a fetal position, trembling and fighting back tears. Killer, psycho, monster. No, he plaintively moaned. He's the next John Wayne Gacy. Another voice laughed cruelly. He'll kill his parents, then children. I won't, he vowed. All of the voices, 1,000, 1,000,000, infinity, shrieked with hateful laughter. And that's when he broke down and cried. He won't hurt his parents, or anyone else, no matter what they said. He hated people who hurt others. Killers, bullies, abusers, rapists, fascists, communists. He despised them, and so far he dedicated most of his life to stand against them. He didn't want to be a criminal psychologist to hang out with serial killers and be their friend. He wanted to be a criminal psychologist to stop them. When he was a child, his mother introduced him to the movies she liked. Halloween, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Natural Born Killers, Psycho, and 1,000 other cult classic horror films where someone in a mask butchers innocent people. She did it because, he thought, she wanted to share something she was passionate about with her child, just like any parent would. He couldn't fault her for that, and in a way he did enjoy those movies, and the bonding he and Mom did over them. But he didn't like the villains. He didn't look at them as anti-heroes or role models. He didn't relish their kills the way some fans do. The screams and abject animal terror of their victims stayed with him long after the credits. And lying in bed at night, he asked himself why. He couldn't remember when he discovered that killers like the ones in those movies really exist. But he did recall being disturbed, scared, and angry. He decided that those men, the Dahmers and Gacys of the world, were every bit the monster as their on-screen counterparts, and needed to be stopped. He was 10 when he realized that he wanted to actively fight them. At first he wanted to be a cop, the one to physically put them in handcuffs and take them off the street. Then he wanted to be a detective, the one to gather all the evidence and track them down. Then, as his interest in aberrant psychology blossomed, he wanted to work at knowing their minds so that he could anticipate their next move and head it off. Nothing could make him hurt someone else. Nothing. Not even all the voices in the universe. That didn't staunch the fear gushing from his heart, and while he knew it sounded crazy, he couldn't help the feeling that something was drawing it out of him, making him afraid so that it could feast on it. Something like the house. Tuesday at school, the voices were faint. He couldn't make out words or even tone. They were a low, monotonous babble, and he thought they were going away. Then on the bus, the volume steadily increased the closer he got to home. The same thing today. They screamed and yelled and laughed as loud as they could, but the farther away he got, the quieter they became until he could barely hear them again. The house. The fucking house. It was trying to drive him crazy. He didn't know how or why, but as he sat in history class, head down and fingers threaded through his hair in a posture of misery, he decided that it was. What could he do about it? Burn it to the ground? A shiver went through him. That's exactly what a crazy person would do. Torch a house because it's driving him crazy and feeding on his fear like a vampire. During lunch, he sat next to Paul in the crowded cafeteria and stared down at his tray. Paul went on and on and on about Candy, how beautiful she was, how vivacious and perfect, how she'd never want a geek like him, how he sucked, how he was gonna die a virgin. Normally, Lugosi would try and buck him up. Isn't that what friends do? But today, he wanted to shake him. Shut up. Shut up. I don't fucking care. When he looked up, he caught a girl with red hair staring at him from across the room, a sly little smile on her lips. A voice broke from the pack, its words barely loud enough to discern. "She knows. Kill her." He forced his gaze back to the tray and squeezed his eyes closed. I want to kiss her and squeeze her butt cheeks so bad, Paul sighed. Anger flared in Lugosi's chest, and he turns to him, his teeth clenched. Paul shrank instinctively away, his eyes widening in alarm. "Then fucking do it, and leave me alone." The fear and hurt he saw in his friend's eyes disturbed him, and without another word, he got to his feet and stormed off, his hands balling into fists. Rage boiled in his stomach, rage at the house, rage at himself, rage at the voices in his head, rage at his own broken mind, and so too did fear. He was so fucking scared he could barely think, scared of hurting someone, scared of winding up in a padded room, scared of watching his dreams shatter. And that's just what it wanted. He knew that innately, the way a baby knows its mother, and he had to fight it, couldn't be afraid, couldn't give in. At the end of the day, he started towards the bus, but decided that he didn't want to go home, at least not now. Instead, he broke from the crowd of kids streaming out of the building and started walking, letting his feet take him where they wanted. He wound up on the athletic field flanking the building. A row of bleachers overlooked a baseball diamond, and a smattering of kids sat here and there in small groups. One lone figure sat at the very top, and even though he couldn't see them clearly from where he stood, he knew instinctively that it was Ramona Santiago. Climbing onto the bleachers, he went over and sat next to her. She stared into space, her arms wrapped protectively around her chest. The energy surrounding her was dark and thick, and from the stormy look in her eyes, he could only infer that something was wrong. When he sat, she glanced at him, then away, registering his presence but taking no special note of it, as though them meeting like this and sitting together was a well-established tradition stretching back semesters. "You're a fucking stalker," she said, her voice hollow and devoid of emotion. "No," he admitted, his tone as flat and listless as hers. "I just don't want to go home." She darted her eyes to him, then away. "You too?" That knocked him off balance. "You too? You don't want to go home either?" She didn't respond. She simply gazed into space. Dark vibes emanated from her in waves, and Lugosi's stomach clutched. "Why don't you want to go home?" he pressed. "No reason," she said. The lie was clear in her voice. "There's got to be a reason." "No." He sighed. "How about this? I'll tell you why I don't want to go home, then you tell me why you don't want to go home." She didn't reply, and Lugosi took a deep breath. I think my house is haunted." He uttered a harsh, humorless laugh, and she turns to him, her brow knitting incredulously. "I know it's nuts, but I'm being serious. I think my house has something wrong with it." Right now, he didn't know if it was the house or his head, but he wasn't going to tell her he suspected that he was going crazy. "What's your reason?" Sighing, Ramona flicked her eyes to her lap. "I don't want to talk about it," she said lowly. She turned her head away, and a wave of mental energy washed over him. Like before, thoughts that did not originate in his own mind came, stronger now, but still only colors instead of words. Something was really bothering her, and she was so close to tears he could almost smell them, like rain in the air before a storm. Before he knew what he was doing, he surprised himself by slipping a comforting arm around her shoulder. Her body went rigid, and red filled his mind, the color of alarm. His thoughts must have transmitted to hers the way hers had to his, because she relaxed and even leaned into him, as if for comfort. For a moment, the world was still, like a VHS on pause. Then she started to cry, her body hitching and choked sobs falling from her trembling lips. A sharp pang of sympathy rippled through his stomach, and he held her closer. His fingertips unconsciously brushed up and down her bare arm. He didn't know what was wrong, but he suddenly wanted to make it better. Shortly, her tears tapered off to sniffle, and her trembling petered out. He grasped for something to say, but came up with nothing. So he just started talking. I think you bully people because you're afraid that if you let them get too close, they'll hurt you. She tensed, but didn't speak. People hurt you in the past, and you don't want it to happen again, so you developed a defense mechanism to make sure it wouldn't. You strike first, before they have a chance to do it to you. He trailed off and collected his thoughts. I don't blame you. People can be assholes. I don't want to hurt you, though. I legit want to be your friend. If that means talking about your problems, great. If it means just saying hi in the hall, alright. I feel like you have some things going on. Right now, there's some stuff in the past. I don't know. I think you need someone to talk to, and to be there for you. If you want to talk, I'll listen. Ramona was silent for a long time, considering his words. I appreciate that, she said, halting and swallowing. I really don't want to talk about it, though. Lugosi nodded. You're okay, though, right? Like, no, it's not that. She hesitated, and Lugosi could feel her teetering on the edge of opening up. It's my mom, she said. She's really sick, and I'm afraid I'm gonna lose her. Her voice broke on the last word, and she started crying again. Lugosi's heart broke, and he pulled her closer, not knowing what to say, so just comforting her instead. When the storm passed again, she sniffed and swiped the back of her hand across her nose. She has cancer, she said, haltingly. And it's pretty bad. She paused and thought. And you're kind of right. I guess maybe I do worry people will tease me, like they used to. I just got really sick of being called Snaggletooth and feeling like shit. She hazarded a glance up, and their gazes locked. Staring into her liquid brown eyes, shimmering in the light of the autumn sun, something stirred deep inside Lugosi's soul, and his hand went to the side of her face, almost of its own accord. His thumb ghosting over her freckled cheek and brushing a stray tear away. Her pupils dilated ever so slightly, and her lips parted. She was feeling the same fluttery sensation that he was, the same forward pull. Tilting his head to one side, he leaned into her, and she met his lips with hers halfway, their tongues caressing gingerly at first, uncertain, then with more passion when each found the other agreeable. She kissed clumsily, like a coy fawn slipping on ice, and, sensing her inexperience, Lugosi kissed back just as gently, stroking her tongue lightly with his, leading her tenderly along, teaching her. He slid his fingers into her soft, warm hair and rubbed the pad of his thumb over the delicate ridge of her cheekbone as the kiss deepened, their tongues tasting and tentatively exploring the inside of one another's mouth. Her sweet breath intoxicated his senses and burned away all the fear and disquiet that had been steadily building in him over the past 3 days. The moist, pillowy scrape of her lips against his sent tingles racing out from the center of his stomach and turned his knees to jelly. A formless, tidal wave of emotion crested over him, rolling from her heart and mind in an excited gush. Panic, fear, arousal, hope, and girlish excitement. She laid her palm flat on his chest and curled her fingers into him, like a falling girl clutching desperately for safety. And Lugosi took her other cheek in his hand, holding her face now, and drinking her in the way a man might drink in fine wine. When they parted, her eyes were hazy and far away, her face flushing pink and her lips sparkling. Her chest rose and fell with rapid exhalations. A slow, lazy smile spread across her glowing face, and a light, airy giggle burst from her throat. In that moment, she was radiant, and Lugosi's heart twinged with something he could not name. Gazing into her watery brown eyes, he was captivated. He had seen girls more attractive than Ramona, but none of them were as beautiful as she was right now. She opened her mouth to speak, but giggled again and darted her eyes away. Her hand still lay on his chest, his heart thumping sickly against her palm.
That was...
She started and trailed off.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
Neither was I, Lugosi admitted. I honestly wasn't trying to, do this. He trailed off himself. She watched him for a moment with those big, twinkling eyes, then took her hand from his chest and rested it on his knee.
I'm glad you did, though, I think.
Her brow pinched indecisively, and she sighed.
I'm kind of worried that you'll hurt me like everyone else.
The final 6 words came out in a rush of confession. I know, Lugosi said. I kind of get that feeling. He stopped and collected his thoughts. I can't say where this is gonna go, but I'd never hurt you in any way. He brushed his thumb over her cheeks and looked deep in her eyes as he vowed. I promise. Lucy sat stiffly in the armchair, flanking the couch, her arms crossed over her chest and her legs folded underneath. David sat on the couch, hands on his knees, staring at the TV, with the same preoccupied expression he'd been wearing since he came home from work. All that evening, he was quiet, and when she spoke to him, he replied in grunts and monosyllables. When she told him about what happened earlier, he nodded and agreed that calling the priest was the right thing to do. But his placating tone suggested that he was simply humoring her.
This is serious,
she said. His response was an understated, I know. He should be more worried. Why wasn't he more worried? Why did he keep staring off into space? Every time she asked him, he said it had to do with work, but didn't elaborate. Something told her that was a lie, but she didn't know for sure. Maybe she was being paranoid. Ever since the incident in the living room, she'd been on edge, jumping at every noise and looking hard into every shadow. David often came home with things on his mind. Nothing new there. He usually opened up to her, though. He never gave her one-word responses and vague excuses. If his boss stressed him down, he told her. If he was having problems with a coworker, he told her. If he was afraid of being demoted for messing up on paperwork or mishandling an irate caller, he told her. This wasn't like him, and it bothered her. She yawned. She was starting to get sleepy. Her eyelids grew suddenly heavy, and her brain felt like it was sinking into warm mud. Lugosi was acting strangely, too. At dinner, he kept his head down and barely spoke. When he did, his voice was a little too loud, like he was talking over a din. Talking back, it occurred to her that he never once made eye contact during the whole meal. He was normally clear and direct, like his father, and when he talked to you, he locked his gaze with yours. He didn't do that tonight. His posture was different, too, tense and guarded. Instead of sitting upright, he hunched over. He seemed nervous. When she asked if he was okay, he said something about a big, upcoming test. Lucy knew her son well enough that she could see through the lie instantly. Lugosi never agonized over a test. He was a good student, and all of his grades were passing, even if some were a little on the lower side, like English. She didn't press the matter, but maybe she should have. Her head lolled forward, and she snapped it back with a start, realizing that she was almost asleep. She shifted and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 10 to 8. Why was she so drowsy? On the television, A talking head droned about the president's domestic policy, while an endless ticker of bad news crawled across the bottom of the screen. She blinked her eyes in an attempt to wake herself up and considered going for a cup of coffee, but the thought of getting up made her even more tired than she already was. She yawned again and allowed her lids to flutter shut. Dozing wouldn't hurt, she guessed. She rested her head against her shoulder, and in moments she dropped into a deep, drugged slumber. "Now," a voice said from the middle of David's skull. "She's asleep." Obeying the command as readily as a marionette on the edge of a string, David got to his feet and shuffled into the kitchen, his eyes glazing over. At the basement door, he unlatched it and went down into the darkness. He didn't bother to turn the light on. He didn't need it. The pickaxe was where he left it. He bent, picked it up, and held it in his hands. Faint, red light appeared between the stones, and for a moment he basked in its brilliance. "Hurry," a voice said. This one sounded oddly like his mother. "Let us out. Please let us out. We're so hungry." Tightening his fingers around the splintery handle, he hefted the axe over his shoulder and paused. The light throbbed faster, more insistently. "Let us out," they pleaded, a chorus of need. "Let us out. Let us out." He brought the axe down. It would take a while, but he would let them out. He would let them all out. Chapter 6. One of the main symptoms of schizophrenia is not being able to distinguish between dreams and reality. For a schizophrenic, the line separating the two is not as defined as it is for other people. Lugosi knew this from his research, but never thought he'd experience it for himself. Then, it happened. He was lying in bed long after midnight, Friday morning, his wide eyes staring into the darkness. The voices were gone, and he listened expectantly to the night, his breath bated and his heart aching in dread. He knew something was going to happen, and for hours he waited. The waxing and waning moonlights the only thing marking the passage of time. Finally, a low, ghostly moan drifted down the hall, freezing his blood. He gripped the blanket and tried to pull it over his head like a child hiding from the boogeyman, but instead he slipped out from under it and stood, his heart blasting and his brain screaming frantically for him to get back in bed where it was safe. He wanted to listen, but he was not in control. His greatest fear had been realized. He was a literal prisoner in his own body, watching helplessly as something guided him to the door and then into the hall, where pitch black held endless court. He shuffled to a stop and stayed there for what seemed like an eternity, shadows dancing around him like evil incarnate. Then a shuffling scrape sounded from the direction of the back stairs, followed by a thump. A lump of ice formed in his chest. Something was coming. Scrape, thump, scrape, thump. A dead, broken foot dragged as it slowly made its way up the steps, indissuadable as death. He started to shake and tried to break free from the grasp of whatever held him, but it tightened its grip around him, forcing him to remain. Another moan filled the world, closer, and every nerve in his body crackled. Thump, scrape, thump, scrape. It was almost on top of him now, and as he watched, it emerged from the darkness. A stooped, white-faced apparition with sharp, contorted features, wide yellow eyes, and lank red hair framing its sunken cheeks. A blue dress clung to its gaunt form, and it held its skeletal hands open in front of it. long, gnarled fingers twisting with impossible and unholy life. Lugosi's soul withered, and a sharp pang of terror tore through his chest like the spinning blade of a buzzsaw. Zelda, from Pet Cemetery. "I've come for you, Lugosi," it said, its voice an ominous echo. Electric fright shot through his body, and tears welled in his eyes. He strained against the invisible shackles binding him, but they were too strong. Zelda took a jerky step forward, and Lugosi's heart exploded. A wicked smile crept across her thin lips, and her eyes burned with hellish light. He broke down and cried, his hand hanging and his shoulders shaking. Suddenly, the scene changed. He was flat on his back, and Zelda was on top of him, her hands pinning him to the bed. Through tearful eyes, he saw her begin to go dim, watched as she faded away, her final laugh lingering like a puff of smoke. As soon as she was gone, the paralysis broke, and he sat up, his hands going to his forehead. Sometime later, he turns the lamp on and curled up, facing the wall, unblinking and traumatized. He thought he slept after that, but he wasn't sure. His shattered mind blanked, and for a while, he knew nothing. Then, the voices came back, mocking him, telling him she would be back tonight, and the next night, and the next, and the night after, until he snapped and killed his parents. Zelda wants blood. A vision of his parents chopped into little pieces came upon him, and a strangled sob escaped his lips. The voices laughed and laughed. Somehow he got dressed and made it downstairs with no memory of getting up. His mother sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a worried frown on her face. He saw himself going to her, snatching the mug out of her hand and smashing it against the side of her head. Saw her fall to the floor, shaking on her hands and knees, blood coursing down her face. "Do it! Do it! Do it!" His stomach turned violently, and hot vomit shot from its depths. He clamped his mouth closed and swallowed it. "You look sick," she said. "Are you all right?" "No, I'm not. I'm having terrible thoughts and hearing things, and I think it's the house, but it might be me. Maybe I'm crazy and dangerous, and I don't know. I don't know. I just want it to stop." He almost broke and let it all out in a torrent of tears, but didn't. "I'm fine," he croaked. "I just didn't sleep well." To his horror, she got up and came over. "Choke her! Choke her! Choke her!" He balled his hands into fists and exerted every ounce of self-control he had to keep them that way, so that he didn't choke her, even though the thought repulsed him. She stopped in front of him, lifted up on her tippy toes, and pressed her cool, dry hand against his forehead. He flicked his eyes shamefully away from hers, self-conscious of the sickness he knew must be in them. "You're really warm," she fussed, and rocked back on her heels. Her features, usually so placid, tightened in motherly concern, and hot guilt at the thoughts he was having swept through him like a fire. Tears threatened to well in his eyes. "I'm fine," he said, and turned away so that she wouldn't see fear and self-loathing on his face. He opened his mouth to add something else, but the voices screamed at him to punch her instead. So he hurried out, terrified that he would give in and do what they wanted. Outside, he waited at the foot of the driveway for the bus and tried to ignore the shouts, jeers, taunts, and commands. He wouldn't do any of those things. They could tell him to, but they couldn't make him. Mentally ill people who hurt others do so because their minds are often muddled and they believe that they themselves are in danger. The guy walking behind them isn't simply going in the same direction. They're an agent of some dark conspiracy following them. The old lady who gave them a nasty look at the grocery store wasn't just a curmudgeon-y bitch. She was actively involved in a plot to kill him. Lugosi, for his part, wasn't paranoid, and his thinking, despite the voices and hallucinations, was relatively clear. For how long, psycho? He took a deep, shuddery breath. Yeah, how long until you really go crazy? A gust of wind blew a drift of yellow leaves over his feet, embers from a celestial fire. The trees flanking either side of the streets swayed back and forth, and more leaves drifted from their fiery boughs. If that happened, he decided, if his thinking started to cloud, he would kill himself. After Lugosi left, and she was alone, Lucy sat anxiously at the kitchen table, her back stiff and her fingers curled around a coffee cup that trembled when she lifted it to her lips. Her stomach was in knots, and though she was the only one in the house, she could feel presences around her. The air was thick and crackled with dark energy, and several times she caught a flash of movement from the corner of her eye. When she turned, nothing was ever there. The atmosphere, so recently light and happy, was now heavy and brooding, and it struck her that in less than 24 hours, her dream come true had turned into a walking nightmare. Lugosi was clearly terrified of something, and David acted like a man in a trance, his movements stiff and wooden, his voice hollow and toneless. He woke her before he left with a dazed, "I'm going to work now." She was curled up in the armchair where she fell asleep the night before, and before she even came fully awake, he was gone without so much as a goodbye kiss. She took a sip and turned her eyes to the thin layer of dirt spread across the linoleum in front of the basement door. More tracked through the living room and up the stairs in the form of footprints that terminated at hers and David's bed. More was clumped on the sheets, which suggested that David was doing something down there, then dragged himself to bed afterwards. She was not brave enough to go down there and see what it was. Not until Father Mancuso arrived. Taking another drink, she checked the time on her phone. 8:05. When she talked to him yesterday, he said he would be here at 9. While she waited, she closed her eyes and cleared her mind of all thoughts. As a girl, she could induce psychic visions if she tried hard enough, but hadn't been able to in over 20 years. "What's here?" she asked in the darkness. Nothing responded. She took a deep breath and asked again. "What's here? What do you want?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like bubbles rising from the deep, inexplicable terror welled in her chest. The back of her neck tingled and her heartbeat sped up, clapping painfully into her ribcage. Pain flared across her neck, then, slowly, the fear drained away, leaving her cold and empty. Her eyes flew open, and her fingertips fluttered to the side of her throat. They came away, slick with blood, and her stomach sank. A vampire. No, that didn't feel right. Sometimes the things that came to her in visions were symbolic. This was one of them, she knew. But what was it symbolic for? It came for her, and she swallowed thickly. Fear. Whatever it was, it fed on fear, and he was sucking it from them the way a vampire sucked blood. An image of Lugosi crossed her mind, his fear-filled eyes, his jitteriness, his tension. She knew then that he was the primary target. Somehow, the thing in the house was scaring him so that it could feast on his energy. Then, there was David. She closed her eyes again and called up a picture of his face. Darkness swirled around it, and the low, chanting din of many voices struck up like a phantom symphony. Slowly, he faded, and a rough stone wall took his place, crimson light glowing through the cracks. The voices got steadily louder and louder, their timbre increasing as their excitement grew. Before she could make out words, a sharp knock cut through the vision, and it dispelled like smoke. She came back to herself with a gasp and sat back, her hands slapped to her throbbing forehead. The knock came again, and her heart skipped a beat. Cautiously, she got to her feet and went into the living room, her hand closing on the cross. At the door, she looked through one of the flanking windows and let out a pent-out breath. Father Mancuso, a short, bullish man with thin white hair and a face heavily aged, stood on the step. Clad in black pants and a green coat over a black shirt, a Roman collar denoting his occupation. A black bag, like that an old-timey country doctor might carry, was clutched in one hand, filled presumably with religious artifacts. She unlocked the knob and opened it, a rush of cool air blowing over her. Father Mancuso nodded curtly. "Morning," he said, his voice low and raspy. "Thank you for coming," Lucy said, and stepped aside so that he could enter. "It's worse than I thought." The old priest cast an appraising glance around the room, his faded blue eyes searching for outward signs of the demonic, but finding none. "There's certainly a strange atmosphere," he mused. "I know," she said with a rush of shame. She knew it now, but not before yesterday. Prior to the thing trying to get into her head, the house felt normal to her. Being a psychic, even a lapsed one, she should have noticed it instantly. That she didn't disturbed her. She led Father Mancuso into the kitchen and directed him to the table. He sat with a weary sigh and set the bag in front of him. She poured them both cups of coffee and sank into the chair across from him. Lucy and David had known Father Mancuso for over 25 years, ever since he took over St. Peter's following Father Callahan's death. For a time, they attended Sunday Mass regularly, but drifted away over the years, as many Catholics tend to do. They only went now on Easter and Christmas. Many modern priests do not believe in the tangibility of evil. They discount tales of possession as fiction much the same way as everyone else. Father Mancuso was not one of them. He was adamant that the forces of evil waged active war against human beings and claimed to have presided over a dozen exorcisms. He also once alluded to have destroyed a vampire in a town in Maine. Lucy suspected that he had mild psychic powers, but she had never asked him. "Tell me exactly what's been happening," he said now, his wizened hands coming to rest on the table's edge. Taking a deep breath, Lucy told him everything, starting with what happened the previous morning and ending with the visions she had right before he knocked. He listened intently, nodded here and there, and urged her on when she faltered while recounting Lugosi's weird behavior. Halfway through, he began to sweat, and she paused as he took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his glistening face. By the time she was done, he was pale. "This is an especially powerful entity," he said. "From what you said, I think it might be one of the strangest I've ever encountered. Nothing evil, however, can stand up to the might of God." He opened his bag with trembling hands and pulled out a stole, which he then put over his shoulders. He got cumbersomely to his feet and winced in pain. "Are you all right?" Lucy worried. "I'm fine," he said, and took a cross and vial of holy water from the bag. "It's just very hot in here." Lucy's brow knitted in confusion. It didn't feel hot to her. In fact, she was cold. But that was most likely the inner chill permeating her bones. Turning to the basement door, Father Mancuso tightened his grip on the cross. "This creature dwells in the cellar," he said, "and that is where we must start." Standing, Lucy followed him, her stomach clawing with expectant dread. He reached out and took the knob in her hand, then yanked it away with a pained hiss and staggered back. The crucifix clattered to the floor. Lucy's heart jumped, and she grabbed him to keep him from falling. "Are you all right?" she asked. Sweat sheened his face, and his chest heaved for air. She helped him back into the chair and knelt beside him, feeling his forehead. His flesh burned with fever, and sickly mist swirled in his eyes.
I don't know,
he managed at length. Getting up, she went to the sink, filled a glass with water, and gave it to him. He drank deeply and set it on the table. Some of the color returned to his cheeks, and he took a deep breath.
I don't know what that thing is, Miss Wallace, he said, but I advise you and your family to leave at once.
Leave. Lucy opened her mouth to speak, but no words would form. What about the might of God? She finally asked, swallowing with a click. Father Mancuso looked at her, his expression drawn and grave.
Whatever's in your basement,
he said,
has nothing to do with God.
David stared blankly at his computer, hands poised over the keyboard. A spreadsheet filled the screen before him, and while he'd done a million of these things over the past 15 years, he couldn't for the life of him remember exactly what he was supposed to do. Dig. No, not that. He cocked his head to one side in thought, but nothing came. His mind was muddled and sluggish, and if he tried to think, he'd go back to the basement, to the thrill of digging, to the promise of peace, love, and serenity contained behind the stones. Sighing, he sat back up in his chair and looked over his shoulder as someone passed his cubicle. He wasn't in love with his job, but he liked it enough, and he never slacked or missed a day. Even so, he was close to getting up, walking out, and going home to dig. Yes, to dig. They needed to be let out. He turned his head to the other side now, trying but failing to remember just exactly who they were. The who of it didn't matter. All he knew was that he needed to dig, the way a squirrel knows that it must store nuts. It doesn't know why it must do what its instincts are telling it to, but it does it anyway. Last night he made good progress, he thought. He tried to remember, but it was a haze. He vaguely recalled pulling stones from the wall and stacking them in the corner, then digging into the soft dirt where they used to be. But maybe that was a false memory. Presently, his stomach rumbled and he got up, wincing at the soreness in his back and arms. He didn't know how long he worked, but it felt like it was a while. When he woke that morning, he was draped across the bed on his stomach, his face buried in the cover, and still wearing the same dirty, sweat-drenched clothes from the night before. Getting to the shower was hard, but after letting the hot water soothe his weary muscles, he felt better. The next thing he knew, he was sitting at the desk and typing a response to an email he didn't remember reading. Deep in his heart, he knew something was strange, but the irresistible urge to dig blotted it out. It was a gnashing need that would consume him if he didn't feed it. And as he made his way to the lunchroom, he seriously entertained the idea of sneaking away. There was just one problem. Lucy. She couldn't know. In the kitchen, he took his lunch from the fridge and closed the door, a yellow sticky note coming level with his eyes. Whoever threw my lunch away, that was not nice. The message was punctuated with a frowny face. Something about it struck David as devilishly funny, and he threw back his head and laughed. He plucked the note from the door and threw that away too. Back at his desk, he ate while looking at the screen, the blinking cursor hypnotic. Dig. It flashed. Dig, 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 dig. A snatch of song bubbled up from the depths of his mind, something from a children's movie that Lugosi liked when he was little. Dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel. One corner of his mouth turned up in a grin, and he started to hum around the food in his mouth. Dig a tunnel, mud and clay, are a David's friend, always more around the bend. And when you get to your tunnel's end, hallelujah, let's dig again. Now he wanted to dig, badly. He swallowed a lump of mushy sandwich.
The tuna was gritty today, almost like dirt. He took another bite and savored it, his jaw working from side to side and his eyes lidding in rapture. When he was done, he frowned at his empty hands. He needed more. Getting up, he returned to the kitchen and rummaged around the fridge, finding a Tupperware container with a sticky note on top. No touching. He took it out, grabbed a fork from the drying rack by the sink, and went to his desk, where he ate pilfered mac and cheese, pretending it was soil. Dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel is what I'll do. I'll dig and free them too. Dig a tunnel. Dig. He was vaguely aware of his heart racing. Dig, dig, dig. When he was finished with the stolen lunch, he threw the Tupperware into the trash can and went back to his work, humming to himself. "Hey, Dave," an annoying voice said. David glanced over his shoulder and inwardly groaned. It was Bill from accounting, a hefty man with black hair and a soft, pink face. Bill wore a dark suit over a white shirt stretched tightly across his bulging gut. He leaned against the wall of David's cubicle and held a paper cup in his hand, reminding David of a redneck at a kegger. He labored under the perpetual impression that David was his best friend in the world, but David secretly didn't like him. No one did. He was a motor mouth and talked about the most banal things under the sun, like sports. He was a huge Red Sox fan. During baseball season, he'd listen to games on his radio, and when his team scored a touchdown or goal or whatever the fuck it is in baseball, he'd jump up and yell like an Indian celebrating his 5th scalping of the day. Dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel. On a normal day, David did not like Bill, but right now, antsy with the need to dig, he hated him and the horse he rode in on. "Hey, Bill," he said, trying to keep the disdain from his voice, but failing. Bill was too dumb to notice. "How's it coming?" He gestured towards the screen of his cup, and a little bit of water sloshed over the side, landing like droplets of rain on the floor. "It's coming," David said. "You?" Any sensible person would give a curt and professional reply. "It's going fine, real fine." But Bill was not a sensible person. He drew a deep breath, and David cringed, already knowing he was in for this guy's life story. "I've been better. Someone tossed my lunch in the trash yesterday, then today it's totally missing." He shook his head, sadly. "Can you believe it? Some people are just that inconsiderate. I was really happy yesterday, and today I was looking forward to my wife's mac and cheese. It's the best. She uses this..." David tuned him out. "Dig a tunnel. Dig. Dig. Can you dig it? Yes, I can. Dig faster, deeper, harder. Dig me, baby. Dig, dig, dig." "Piece of my mind." Bill took a drink of water and sighed. "Anyway, you have a good day. I gotta get back to it." David nodded absently. "Yeah, you do that," he muttered, not realizing he mixed up his thoughts. He meant to say, "you too." Alone, he went back to his work. Dig a tunnel. Dig, dig, dig a tunnel. He blinked when he saw that phrase staring back at him from the screen. Dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel, dig a tunnel. It kind of lost its meaning. He laughed and started to hit backspace, but his finger froze when a loud, piercing wail of desperation exploded in the middle of his skull. "Come home, now! Help us! God, please!" Before he knew he was moving, he was on his feet and hurrying toward the door, to the hall like a man in a dream, the world going gray around him and his heart squeezing in a vice grip of terror. Something was happening. His tunnel was in danger. He had to get home and stop it. Stop it. The threat. Stop Lucy. Stop Lucy. Stop Lucy. Kill her if he had to protect them. They're not strong enough yet. Kill Lucy. Kill Lucy. Kill Lucy. Just before he reached the door, a woman passed by. David shoved her roughly out of the way and slammed through. her cries of pain and the shocked gasps of horrified witnesses falling on deaf ears. His mind was choked with fog. He was completely under their control. Chapter 7. After Father Mancuso left, Lucy went upstairs and hurriedly packed a bag, blindly grabbing armfuls of hers and David's clothes and shoving them in. Her face was a strange mask of worry, and her hands shook as she pulled the zipper closed. She hefted the bag over her shoulder and went into Lugosi's room. The bed was a tangle of sheets, and the clothes littered the floor, left where they fell. Keeping his room a mess wasn't like him. He was usually neat and organized to the point of OCD. That he left it this way turned Lucy's stomach, because it clearly showed how greatly this thing was affecting him. Dropping the bag onto the bed, she opened it and snatched as many articles of clothing from the floor as she could find. A pair of pants, 2 shirts, underwear, and 3 socks. She jammed them in and closed it, and rushed out into the hall, her footsteps echoing eerily off the shadow-covered walls. At the top of the stairs, she paused. Was there anything else she needed? She ran through a mental checklist but gave up halfway through and pounded down the steps. Getting the hell out of this house was the most important thing right now. In the foyer, she grabbed her purse from the ends table and glanced over her shoulder. The sun-bathed living room stood empty, looking normal, even peaceful. If it wasn't for the thick tension in the air, she might have been able to convince herself that she was going crazy, and that all the things that had happened over the past 24 hours was a figment of her imagination. Keen loss flooded her as she studied this scene. This was supposed to be hers and David's forever home. They were going to live here, love here, and grow old here. They were going to have a big, bright, affectionate golden retriever, and one day, far in the future, their grandchildren were going to build forts out of blankets and chairs in the living room. None of that would come to pass, however, because their happy home was infected with a disease as old as time. Evil. She didn't know what kind of evil it was, and she didn't care. Her family was in danger, and protecting them was all that mattered to her. As a younger woman, she may have wanted to stay and fight, the way she and David fought evil before. But she was older now, and a mother. Lugosi was the most precious thing in her life, and even the faintest possibility of him being harmed made her sick. She didn't care about the house, or whatever resided in it. She just wanted her son safe. Turning away, she went to the door and tried the handle. Stuck. Frowning, she jiggled it, but it wouldn't budge. Panic rose in her, and she pounded her fist against the frame. It didn't want her to leave. That knowledge came from seemingly nowhere, but she did not doubt or question it. The thing in the basement, whatever it may be, was trying to keep her here. She stepped back from the door, heart throbbing in fear, and looked frantically around for something she could use, her eyes falling on the coat rack. She unslung her bag and purse, crossed to it, and removed one of the detachable arms. It was heavy in her hand. She went to the window, gripped the arm tight, and brought it around in a deadly arc. It hit dead center, but the glass didn't shatter, didn't even crack. She drew back and smashed it again and again, grunts of exertion flying from her lips with every blow. Nothing. Damn it. Terror was beginning to claw at her, and, panting, she threw the arm aside and raked her fingers through her hair. Maybe. A voice spoke behind her, low and grating, and her body went rigid. Mom? Lugosi. She turned, and her heart dropped. Lugosi stood in front of her, with his shoulders slumped, and his arms dangling limply at his sides. The left side of his face was a ruined mess, jagged bits of bone poking through tattered, bloody skin. Chunky bits of brain fell from a wound on his temple and plopped wetly on the floor. His brow angled down in a dark V, and his black, soulless eyes burned with hateful intensity. Her blood turned to ice water, and her hand fluttered to her mouth. Rolling his neck and oozing more brains from his shattered cranium, Lugosi took a shambling step forward, and her heart spasmed. She uttered a sharp yelp and fell back against the door.
"Why'd you let them get to me?"
He asked, hurt and accusation in his voice.
"Why did you let me die?"
Those words ripped into her like shrapnel, and hot tears sprang to her eyes. She knew it wasn't him, but that didn't stem the horror surging in her breast.
You're not Lugosi."
She stammered through her fingers. The thing pretending to be her son grinned sadistically and took another step forward. A shaft of light falling through the window behind her touched it, and it shimmered like a wind-swept mirage.
"I will be,"
it said ominously.
"He's going to die, and so is your husband."
It laughed, and Lucy's paralysis broke. Pressing her back to the wall, she edged slowly toward the living room archway. The thing turns to follow her with its soulless eyes.
"You're all going to die,"
it said, its voice changing, lower, deeper. She backed into the living room, her trembling hand clutching the cross, whether from protection or comfort, she didn't know. Lugosi grew dim, then vanished, the sound of his horrible laughter lingering in her head. Warmth, like the kiss of the sun, fell upon her shoulder, and she whipped around with a cry of alarm. The air left Lucy's lungs in a rush. Boogeyman towered over her, his grinning face fleshless and smeared in blood. His eyes bulged from his face, and his crooked fangs glistened just as they had in her dreams. Lucy's knees turned to jelly, and she fell back a step, tears flooding her eyes.
"No,"
she muttered breathlessly.
"You're not real."
Boogeyman looked at her, seeming to smile at her foolishness.
"You're not real,"
he said. He sounded like her. She clutched the front of her blouse and tried to get control of her breathing. It was trying to scare her, throwing visions of the most awful things hiding in the recesses of her mind. All the fears she kept locked away out of sight. She swallowed hard and steeled her resolve. She wasn't going to give it her energy. She wouldn't allow it to feed on her. Boogeyman chuckled in the back of his throat and came forward. Lucy's heart leapt, but instead of running or facing the apparition down, she turned her back on it and started for the kitchen, her mind racing. She had to break its hold just long enough for her to get away. But how? In the kitchen, she spared a glance over her shoulder. Boogeyman lifted his skeletal hand and wiggled his fingers.
"I'm still here."
His voice was different now, that of a child. Lucy turned her head and crossed to the counter, not knowing where to go or what to do, just needing time to think, hatch a plan, think. She splayed her hands on the edge and bowed her head. The doors and windows were sealed, and something told her that no matter what she tried, the thing would foil her.
"Here,"
Boogeyman said from directly behind her. He laid something on the counter with a weighted clunk, and she couldn't stop her eyes from going to it. A .38 snub-nosed revolver. When he spoke again, his rank breath puffed hotly against the side of her neck.
"Put it in your mouth and pull the trigger."
She looked at the gun. If she squinted, she could see through it, as though it were a ghost. Lucy pressed her hands to her forehead, closed her eyes, and clenched her teeth.
"Go away,"
she screamed in her mind, and an electric zap jolted her brain, making her jump. Boogeyman gasped in pain. Then a gust of stale cemetery wind washed over her, signifying his passage. She looked over her shoulder, and the kitchen stood empty. Her brain crackled with the electric sensation of power, and thoughts that were not her own slithered through her mind. They were different, strong, unlike any outside thought she had ever unintentionally intercepted. There was something profoundly strange about them. Their shape, their texture, the way they felt, like they didn't belong. That was an odd way to put it, but that's how it felt. Alien. She closed her eyes. Usually, visual metaphors helped, and presently she focused on those thoughts, imagining herself reaching out and literally grabbing one in the form of a firefly. When she closed her hand around it, a vision filled the world. Dense jungle, starry skies, a ball of fire streaking through the heavens, getting brighter as it came closer and closer to Earth. It sailed over the treetops with a thunderous roar and slammed into the ground, exploding in a flash of brilliance. Something grabbed her and dragged her forward, and as she watched, 1,000 shrieking things resembling leeches swarmed out from the fire and burrowed into the ground. The scene jumped ahead. Wigwams and wood fires sprang up along the lake, hunter-gatherers from the north. They didn't stay long. The land was cursed, and ghosts walked the woods at night. The Indians shunned the land, and so too did the first white settlers. Over time, the legends were either forgotten or dismissed as superstition, and people came. But like the Ojibwe before them, they did not remain. Lucy blinked, and a house now stood where there had once been an open field. A Dutch colonial with a gambrel roof, dormers, and a bay window. Inside, a man in an old-fashioned suit stood in the living room, hunched over and panting, his face speckled with blood, and an axe clutched in his hands. Body parts littered the floor, and voices swirled in his fevered mind. She could just make them out if she listened hard enough. "Madman, murderer, look what you did. You'll go to the gallows." She felt the man's fear, felt it being slowly drained from him like soda through a straw. Dropping the axe, he went into the attic, threw a length of rope over an exposed rafter, and hanged himself. Darkness stole across her eyes. Then, in a flash, she saw herself standing at her counter, her head bowed. This other Lucy turned. Blood smeared her lips, and long, wicked fangs overhung her bottom lip. With a start, she came back to the present, voices shattering endlessly in her skull. They sounded afraid. She didn't know how, but she was draining their energy the way they drained everyone else's, soaking it up like a sponge and growing more powerful by the minute. She pushed away from the sink, went to the back door, and tried the handle. It turned easily. Leave, leave, leave. Its plan, she knew in an instant, was to keep her here and siphon her mental energy, then to do the same thing to David and Lugosi. It knew she was stronger than the average person, but it underestimated how strong. It wanted her metaphorical blood because it was richer and more sustaining, and it let that single-minded frenzy blind it. Only now, after she'd been unconsciously leeching off of it for a while, did it realize how wrong it was. And now, it was scared of her. Leave. She hesitated, then closed the door. She was going to end this. She turned, and a voice so loud it made her stagger exploded in the center of her skull. Come home, now. Help us, God, please. She saw David spring to his feet and rush out of the office, his eyes clouded and dazed. He was completely in its thrall now. Kill Lucy, kill Lucy, kill Lucy. Ignoring the frantic noises, she went into the living room and grabbed the gas can from its spot by the fireplace. Back in the kitchen, she opened the junk drawer and took out a long grill lighter. She turned and froze. Her mother, clad in a pink button-up blouse and looking the way she had when Lucy was a teenager, blonde hair beginning to gray and face starting to wrinkle, stood between her and the basement door, arms at her sides and features twisting in seething hatred.
"You're a mistake,"
Mom hissed. Mom had told her that more than once when she was a kid. It stung then, but it didn't hurt now. Leaning slightly forward, Mom narrowed her eyes to reptilian slits.
"I should have aborted you.
You aren't my mother," Lucy said firmly. "Go away." With that, she walked through the apparition as though it were a puff of smoke.
You're a whore, and your son should have died in the womb,"
Mom said. Lucy ignored her and tried the basement door. The handle wouldn't turn. "Open," she commanded, but nothing happened. Gripping it tight, she closed her eyes and summoned all the energy she could. A scream filled her head and the door flew open, slamming against the wall.
"Stop this right now,"
Mom said, alarm creeping into her voice. Lucy went down the stairs. She did not stop when Boogeyman appeared at the bottom.
"Turn around or I'll kill Lugosi."
His voice was different than before. Toneless, wooden. The thing was faltering, unable to keep up the illusion in its own fear. She walked through them and went to the wall. A large section of stones was missing, and a shallow tunnel had been carved into the soft earth behind it. She uncapped the can, but froze when Lugosi's upper half popped from the hole like a jack-in-the-box. His face pale and splattered with blood. His lips hung in tatters, and one eye seeped yellow cemetery pus down his sunken cheek. Lucy's throat constricted, and even though it was only a mirage, she couldn't look at it. She forced her gaze to her feet, her fingers curling around the can's handle. "Mom, why didn't you stop?" he asked flatly. It wasn't him speaking, and she never in a million years would have mistaken it for his voice. The shadow might look like him, but it didn't sound like him. She took a deep, steady breath. "You're not my son. Go away." A stale gust of wind blew over her, and when she looked up, the apparition was gone. At a glance, the hole was 3 feet deep, roots sticking out of the earthen walls like gnarled fingers from a grave. Putrid air rushed out from an indeterminable source and jammed itself into her nostrils. She closed her eyes and saw them, a million black, slimy things nestling in the soil like cancer cells in a body. Their panicked chattering filled her head. They were speaking to each other, she realized, in whatever passed for a language among them, their slick bodies writhing in fear, reminding her of seething maggots in a bowl. "We're very old, Lucy." Her father stood next to her, hands on his hips and eyes pointed unwaveringly at the trench. He wore a dress that Lucy swore belonged to an old lady she knew from Mass. The thing was jumbling her memories, plucking them out with shaking hands and getting sloppy, working with the careless rush of something scrambling to preserve itself. Without turning, he continued. "There are billions of us in the stars, enough to overrun your planet in days. We don't want that." He turns to her, and the look of malevolent hunger in his eyes made her shiver. "We like it here. We like people. But if you don't stop, we'll call for help, and your world will crumble." It was lying. Lucy didn't know how she knew. Call it psychic intuition, but she did. Whatever they were, they didn't come here on purpose, and something told her that they couldn't have if they wanted to. They were like diseased spores blowing on the wind, drifting wherever time and happenstance took them. "I don't believe you," she said. She upended the can and splashed gasoline into the hole. its astringent odor choking the air.
You have to dig if you want to get us,
Boogeyman said from behind her. No, I don't, Lucy said. She sparked the lighter and touched it to the gas. Flames caught with a whump and crackled loudly. She threw the lighter away and took a step back. Hurry, help, hurry, hurry, hurry. She called up a vision of David. He was doing 90 miles per hour down Route 10, 5 miles from home. Holding her hands up, palms facing out, Lucy took a deep breath and strained as hard as she could. Her mind flashed, and the fire was sucked into the ground, racing through an ancient network of tunnels. Wordless howls of rage and agony filled her head, and she basked in it like a woman in gentle spring rain. The 3 phantoms in the basement all winked out of existence, and the screams tapered off as the creatures from outer space were consumed in the conflagration. At North Pines County High, the voices that had been plaguing Lugosi Wallace stopped, as if cut off by a switch, and he lifted his head from his hands, a tentatively hopeful expression on his face. David came awake just as he parked in front of the house. His heart slammed and adrenaline surged through his veins. He could not remember the journey home or anything else for that matter. He started to get out, but stopped when his phone rang. It was his boss. Hello? Wallace, get your ass back here or you're fired. David's heart dropped into his stomach. Yes, sir. Inside, Lucy returns the cap to the gas can and went back upstairs. At the sink, she closed her eyes and searched the darkness. But it, like her new home, was empty. The evil had been vanquished. She smiled. Chapter 8. Lugosi slipped his hand into Ramona's and threaded their fingers together. For the first time in days, he felt normal. Better than normal, actually. They were moving side by side along the sidewalk. The afternoon light was growing weak and the air chilly. Ramona shivered when a gust of wind blew over them, and letting go of her hand, Lugosi pulled his arm around her shoulder and drew her close. She melted into him and rested her hand on his shoulder, one arm hugging his waist. As if reading his mind, she said, "What was that you said yesterday about your house being haunted?" Lugosi snickered. Maybe she did read his mind. Ramona, he thought, was more than met the eye, and so too was he. At lunch, they stared at each other across the table and carried an entire conversation without moving their lips. He felt her emotions, and she felt his as well. He'd always been sensitive and perceptive, but this was deeper, stronger, parapsychology bullshit that, he supposed, wasn't bullshit after all. If he was right, then they were feeding off of one another, both getting stronger. Where that would lead, he didn't know. Maybe one day they'd be able to levitate things just by looking at them, or maybe he was wrong completely and they were both crazy. Who knew? And who cared? The soft warmth of her body against his felt good and made his heart pleasantly race. That was all that mattered. "I don't know," he said, honestly. "I thought I was going crazy, but..." "You aren't?" He shrugged. "And truth be told, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore." "Did you ever know anything to begin with?" she asked teasingly. Lugosi thought and shook his head. "Nah, I don't know shit." That made her laugh, and the musical sound of her laughter made him laugh. Then they kissed each other, and a crisp vision of the future passed between them. Many, many, many more kisses. Maybe a year's worth, maybe a lifetime's. Neither knew, and neither cared. For right now, everything was perfect. Holding hands again, they strolled into forever.